guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I do believe that would be my cue. Get the show on the road. Ready or not? Here we go. Ah, looky there. Made it through the first day of June, and we will be working our way into June the 2nd, 2021, as we roll through the overnight hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. All right, hope your week's off to a decent start. Of course, you had the long holiday weekend. Yeah, many drivers getting back out on the road for the first time on Tuesday rather than their typical Monday, and we're already rolling into, anybody know what day it is? All right. All right, let's take a look at our travelers' weather. A few areas where you're going to be slowing down thanks to some rain tonight. Yeah, parts of the southeast, parts of the Tennessee, the Ohio Valley. Got some just a really light rain falling outside the Hot Shot Secret bunker at this hour. So that's a light rain. Let me kind of zoom in a little bit. Yeah, light rain stretching from Louisville to Cincinnati. It'll be moving up into the Dayton area over the next hour or so. Yeah, you get a little further down the Ohio River along the Indiana-Kentucky line. Find some heavier rain in south-central Indiana, western portions of Kentucky. Some of the heavier rain will be pushing into the Bowling Green area. From there, you've got rain stretching, again, western Kentucky, southern Illinois. Rain back to Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Scattered showers, much of western Tennessee. Rain hasn't arrived in the Nashville area just yet. But from Jackson down into Memphis, you've got some shower activity, a few areas, a few pockets of heavier rain. Even a few rumbles of thunder down into central and northern portions of Mississippi. Looks like we'll see a few of those cells pushing toward Tupelo in the next hour. Rains extending all the way down to Jackson, Mississippi. Then on over into central and eastern Louisiana. A few heavier showers and thunderstorms from Alexandria on over into the Louisiana-Mississippi line there, central portions of the state. And we get back further to the west, a few pockets of heavier rain, maybe even some stronger winds. I don't see any severe thunderstorm watches or advisories at this hour, but some of those heavier thunderstorms, west central portions of Kansas, some pretty good thunderstorms right along the Texas, Oklahoma panhandle region tonight, extending on back into the northeastern corner of New Mexico. Meanwhile, the heat is on big time out west. The heat that's been building way up into the Pacific Northwest is going to begin to make its way across the north central portions of the country over the coming days. Right now, we're talking about a heat wave that's smashing some record highs. It feels like the middle of summer across the West, and it's going to continue through much of this week. If you're looking to catch a break from the high cooling costs and enjoy some outdoors more comfortably, is there any relief in sight? Well, the answer is yes, depending on where you live. The heat started building in over the holiday weekend there. Big area of high pressure expanding across the region. The heat peaking in Redding, California, about 160 miles north of Sacramento on Memorial Day itself, where they hit a reported high of 109 degrees. Wow. Shattering the old record of 103 set back in 2016. That also set a new all-time high for the month of May. We weren't into June yet, breaking the previous record of 108 set back in 1984. Average high this time of year as you close out the month of May should be about 86 degrees. So, I mean, we're talking 20 degrees above where you would typically be. Sacramento saw the temperature hit 98 on Sunday. It was a sizzling 105 on Monday. That second temperature broke the daily record of 103 set 20 years ago, tying the city's all-time high for the month. Boy, it's hot out here, was the tweet from the National Weather Service office in Sacramento on Memorial Day. Drink plenty of water, limit outdoor activity. Don't forget your pets. Forecasters say these precautions are going to be important across northern and central California, as well as the surrounding states, for much of the remainder of this week, they tell us. Temperatures forecast to remain in the triple digits, possibly challenging daily records every day this week, probably all the way into Saturday. Sacramento, you're going to remain in the 90s as you head into the weekend. Further south and east, highs in the triple digits are forecast every day this week. Las Vegas, which may not sound all too uncommon for that city during the first part of June, but by Wednesday and Thursday, you're going to be nearing record territory. Temperatures in the 105 to 110 range. Sin City is among several areas where heat advisories and excessive heat warnings are in effect right now. Of course, the extreme heat is going to significantly increase the potential for heat-related illnesses, especially for those working outdoors or participating in outdoor activities. That note from the National Weather Service office in Las Vegas in their warning. Now, AccuWeather forecasters kind of echoing those thoughts, stating that this heat wave, with it being the first extended stretch of intense heat so far this year, needs to be taken seriously. Even residents and visitors further to the north, in the less traditional hotspots, going to have to exercise caution. This past day, Tuesday, Medford, Oregon, you tied your daily high of 102 degrees. That was set back in 1924. Salt Lake City, you're also going to have record-challenging highs, middle to upper 90s, Thursday and Friday. Yeah, you typically be in the upper 70s in Salt Lake City. Hottest time of the week was actually this past day in Portland, Oregon. Now, today and Thursday will be the hottest days for Spokane. Wednesday through Friday for Boise, Idaho. In addition to increased cooling demands, the record-challenging temperatures, the low humidity levels are exacerbating the drought conditions out west, increased risk of wildfires to start and spread. And that danger is going to be even in the absence of gusty wind events this week. The extremely dry nature of the ground right now, most of the Southwest remains in the grips of an extreme or exceptional drought right now. So any fuels such as grass, brush, are going to be very dry. All right, so when's the break going to happen? And is any much-needed rain on the way? AccuWeather's expert team of forecasters say the northwestern states will be the most likely areas for cooler air, maybe some rain to sweep in coming up this weekend and maybe even to early next week. Temperatures are dropping, will eventually drop 6 to 12 degrees below normal with this push of cooler air. As the northwest catches a break from the heat, forecasters are concerned about a heightened fire danger further to the south. The storm that's expected to bring a shot of much cooler air to the northwest will bring some gusty winds to the southwest. So given the drought conditions and the lack of any rainfall, the threat for wildfires will likely become elevated probably second half of this upcoming weekend and lasting into early next week. In terms of temperatures, above average heat's going to hang on through the weekend across the southwest. Conditions may take a turn to more seasonable levels next week. But you got a ways to go here as we're just entering Wednesday, midweek coming on. All right, so I mentioned a few moments ago that heat that is baking the west is going to be expanding eastward as we progress through the second half of the week here. Daytime temperatures are going to be up to 25 degrees higher than you would typically be this time of year, stretching all the way from Montana to Michigan and on up into the Canadian provinces, portions of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Mother Nature first begins to crank up the heat later today in places like Great Falls and Missoula, Montana, as well as Calgary, Alberta. Temperatures climbing to near record territory. We'll be looking at upper 80s, lower 90s. You should be in the middle 60s and lower 70s this time of year in that corridor. Between Thursday and Saturday, toasty temperatures expand eastward across southern Canada, the northern plains, and the upper Midwest. We'll probably see our first 90-degree temperatures so far this year for places like Bismarck, Grand Forks, Fargo, North Dakota. Yeah, the mean 90-degree or higher day typically wouldn't be till about a week from now, June the 8th for Bismarck and Fargo, about the 11th for Grand Forks. So we're just running a little bit ahead of schedule here. It is possible Bismarck hits the triple digits on Friday and maybe Saturday both. International Falls, Minnesota, Regina, Saskatchewan, Winnipeg, Manitoba, other areas that are going to be into the 90s, challenging record highs later this week. By Friday, we're going to be moving all the way over to Marquette, Michigan, nearing your daily record of 84 set in 1971. Thunder Bay, Ontario, you may near your 1976 daily record of 85 degrees at the end of the week as well. So with such a broad area dealing with heat, cooling demand is going to be skyrocketing as the temperatures soar, and that's going to place a strain on the power grid, and it's also going to put a strain on your wallet as well for your electric consumption in that part of the country. All right, let me jump over to some of our industry headlines before we flip over and see who all's checking in tonight as we get things underway here on a Wednesday morning. Let's see. A city truck driver accused of striking and killing a police officer in Louisville a few years ago was apparently watching porn on his phone at the time of the crash, according to new evidence. The new evidence against Metro Sewer District truck driver Roger Burdett was introduced on Monday in Louisville. According to WAVE Channel 3, Burdett was driving the city sewer truck on Christmas Eve of 2018 when he struck the officer's police car, which was pulled over onto the side of the road, performing a traffic stop along I-64, downtown Louisville. The collision caused a fire and killed the officer. Prosecutors argue that Burdett was on prescription pills when he got behind the wheel of the rig. But since then, new evidence, new documents allege there's evidence the defendant was using his phone to view a pornographic video at the time he was operating the semi-truck on the expressway, and at the time he crashed into and killed the detective, Meng Dot. So he's due in court on June the 11th for a pre-trial conference, trial scheduled to begin on July the 12th. His young son has already received 2 settlements, the officer's young son, that is, totaling almost $14 million, awarded in February of this year. Burdett now, though, is being charged with aggravated DUI, wanton endangerment, and murder. Not good. A major bridge in Kansas is going to be closed for the next 3 months as crews work to overhaul the interchange and majorly improve traffic safety in the area. That's the plan. It's the 119th Street Bridge over Interstate 35 in Olathe, Kansas, that closed this past day, and they say will remain closed for at least the next 90 days, meaning reopening is expected sometime in September. But the closure will restrict left turn access on and off the interstate as well as the traffic crossing the interstate. It's part of an ongoing construction on the I-35 interchange aimed at improving overall safety and efficiency on the interchange. Let's see, this particular interchange area has like 11 times the national rate of crashes compared to similar bridges around the country. Demolition of the current bridge will occur during the nights and the weekends, starting this weekend. The demolition will reduce I-35 to 1 lane in each direction for the duration of the demolition process. The entire interchange project has a tentative completion date sometime the end of the year. So definitely going to be slowing things down when you get down to the bottleneck, 1 lane on I-35. One other tidbit, an item that's, I know, near and dear to some of our listening friends because it's been talked about for so many years. But a truck driver showing his disdain for some of his fellow truckers in this revealing clip. In the video, the truck driver shows the huge amount of trash scattered across a grassy median at a truck stop. Now, one of the trash cans appears full, but the others have plenty of room for all that trash that's out on the ground. The poster of the video says, "I just can't think of any reason why people don't like truckers." Being kind of facetious, obviously. "Don't even get me started on the truck stop bathrooms," he continues. "As a trucker myself, I've watched other guys just toss their trash bag next to the fuel pump trash can. I walk over there, pick up their bag, then look at them and put it in the trash can. Yeah, truckers can be some of the dirtiest, laziest people I've ever met." Yeah, ashamed of some of my fellow drivers. Easy career to get in. That's why anyone can get a CDL and hop in a truck. But I can't stand some of these truckers. Truckers make the world go round, but every group has its bad apples. According to the CDL life story, they kind of asked the question, have you had similar experiences with fellow drivers. I'm pretty confident every one of you can say, yeah, you've seen it. Yep, yes, see it all the time. All righty, around the country, what do we say? It's 844-844-3388. Who all checking in this morning? Well, Steve Sommers says, anybody know what day it is? Dale, good morning from Jacksonville, Florida. 71 degrees, another beautiful night. Let's hope the cyber gurus don't take over Steve's show tonight. Yes, let's do. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Richard checking in, morning from Central Florida, 73 degrees. Enjoy Steve's show. Copying the mail. Tank checking in, morning, Steve. Happy hump day. A nice 80 degrees here in Arizona tonight, rolling west on I-40. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Let's see. Richard replying to the Steve Sommers overnight drive. June the 2nd for you. It's still June the 1st in Northern California, but I'm listening in. You are correct, Richard. You got a couple hours. We'll be catching up time zone to time zone. Good morning to Matthew. Looper checking in. A big shout out from Buffalo, Niagara Falls, New York. How's everybody doing? Bruce says, happy hump day to Steve. All the truck drivers out there, stay safe. Bill says, good morning from South Carolina. Michigan Madman, hello, everybody. Be safe out there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's hump day. Another day closer to the weekend. Thank you for being with us. Rich Bidu checking in tonight. Good morning, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Todd says, morning, Steve, from the Toyota plant in Georgetown, Kentucky. Got good news or bad news. Toyota Motor Manufacturing of Kentucky has 3 work Saturdays scheduled for the month of June. Okay, I can see what you mean. Is that good news or bad news? You're not going to get a lot of time off, in other words. I guess, is that a sign that, at least for the Toyota plant, they've got enough of those chips, the semiconductor chips that they've been running short on, to try to make up some ground running even Saturday shifts here in the month of June. That's what I would presume. Let's see. It's quick, too. Headed out to Shaky tomorrow, then up to Boise. Buckeye Boy checking in from Georgia, 69 degrees. Enjoying another day off. Going to be picking up my mom in the morning so she can visit with our granddaughter. We've got with us for the next 3 days. And we'll go to my stepson's house so he can visit with her. Great step-grandchildren. How about that? Great. Ought to be a good time. Everybody be careful out there. Yeah, enjoy that time with family, Buckeye Boy. That's nice. And Kentucky Ken out there serving and protecting, checking in. Good morning, Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive crew. Good to have you all with us. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. It's been an issue of growing concern, especially right on the heels of last year with all the protests around the country in regards to George Floyd and disruptions out there on some of the major interstates and things of that nature, people blocking roads. Yeah, we've all seen those sort of scenarios. Lawmakers in 4 states taking action to address those sort of concerns about highway protests. The legislative pursuit in recent months in response to traffic interruptions over the past year. Advocates say efforts to keep protests off busy roadways are a common sense way to help ensure public safety, obviously. Now, there's actually people that critics that say, well, hey, you're punishing protesters. This is a violation of the First Amendment. Adoption of rules to address highway protests, it's not new in state houses. Several years ago, South Dakota and Tennessee actually enacted laws covering the issue. South Dakota authorizes penalties for standing in a highway to block traffic specifically. The rule sets punishment at 1 year in jail and or a $2,000 fine. Yeah, previously, it was just 30 days in jail and or a $500 fine. They really bumped up the penalty there. In Tennessee, a law quadrupled the previous fine of $50 for obstructing a roadway in certain incidents. It's now $200 fine for any incident that impedes an emergency vehicle from responding to an emergency. What are some of the other states looking at here? Florida's Governor DeSantis recently signed into law a related bill. The new law includes a provision to increase penalties for protesters who block roadways. Protesters who willfully obstruct the free, convenient, normal use of a public street, highway, or road could face up to 15 years in prison and a fine up to $10,000. Whoa. In the state of Iowa, there's a bill headed to the governor's desk there, addressing multiple concerns about police actions and protests. It's a rather lengthy bill. It includes a provision to provide civil immunity for drivers of vehicles who may injure someone who's blocking traffic. The bill stipulates the injured person must have been blocking traffic while taking part in disorderly conduct or participating in a protest without a permit. But drivers who strike a pedestrian must be exercising due care at the time of the incident. A court must prove a driver was engaging in reckless or willful misconduct to not be covered under the civil immunity protection there. And a couple of others. Oklahoma next on the list. The governor there signed into law a highway protest bill to give legal protections to drivers described as trying to escape from riots. We saw a lot of that in 2020. Previously, HB 1674, the new law provides civil and criminal liability protection to drivers who unintentionally may cause injury or even death while fleeing a scene described as a riot. Any person who unlawfully obstructs a public street, road, or highway by approaching vehicles or endangering the safe movement of vehicles or pedestrians would be guilty of a misdemeanor. Punishment could result up to 1 year in jail and or a fine up to $5,000. Representative Kevin West said in remarks that this is an important protection for citizens who are just trying to get out of a bad situation. When fleeing an unlawful riot, you shouldn't face the threat of prosecution for trying to protect yourselves or your families. That new rule in Oklahoma goes into effect on November the 1st. And last stop on the list, the state of Texas. Emergency vehicles responding to emergencies are the focus of this legislation. Kind of like the Tennessee rule, the Texas bill would increase punishment for people who knowingly obstruct emergency vehicles from passing or accessing a hospital entrance. It would authorize a felony charge for protesters who block emergency vehicles from passing. Let's see, offenders in the state right now face misdemeanor charges for such actions. Governor Abbott, the bill is on his desk, would carry a felony charge up to 2 years in prison. Offenders who are sentenced to probation would spend at least 10 days behind bars. So something to think about before you get out there and try and block the roadways. And more states are going that direction. And I think rightfully so. Well, good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Or I guess we should say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Hump Day already. How about that?
There you go. Well, I guess I should try not to offend anybody today, so I guess we'll take it a little easy today and just kind of go on here. It looks like the local carnival is going to be happening. I just came by the Lions Club here about 10 minutes ago where they have their big fairgrounds and everything that they do outside, and the carnival's pulling in tonight.
Really?
So it does appear as if we're going to have our local town carnival. So
how about that? I mean, all through the year 2020, I mean, all the local festivals, the Catholic festivals, the carnivals, the local county fairs, everything was canceled. I mean, yeah, think of all the food truck operators and vendors and things like that had no way to make money all summer last year.
Yep. But the city of Baltimore still has outlawed the 4th of July fireworks. So no city operated fireworks in the city of Baltimore on the 4th of July. But I imagine there'll be enough other gunfire and stuff like that happening around it. You shouldn't have much problem seeing rockets and bombs and hearing the explosions and stuff. So, anyway, hey, I don't know if you got to it or not, but last night I'd sent you a short 22-second video that was taken from my dash cam. And I guess if anybody wonders if dash cams are a good idea or not, the 22-second video that I sent you might persuade them to want one, because I was in the process of getting off my highway to get home there off my interstate, and halfway through the curve of the getting off, there was somebody wanting to get on, except for they were getting on the getting off side. So there's about a lane and a half wide. It might be 2 lanes. It might be 2 lanes wide, but with the curve and everything, it's pretty difficult to squeeze 2 vehicles through. But we managed to do it without collecting into each other. So
who was going the wrong direction, you or the car?
The car was going the wrong direction.
Just checking.
I knew where I was. Yeah. I knew where I was going.
Yeah, that was kind of scary because, you're coming around the curve there, and that could have been ugly.
Yep. So, but anyways, as I say, if there was an issue, the dash cam had it all on, recorded there. So, but yeah, so if anybody has any thoughts whether a dash cam's good or not, that's definitely one to show that it is.
Yes. Yep.
And, of course, down at the bottom, it has all the telemetry, it had all my speed and everything else, so, it kind of showed I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So, but anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot other than that going on. So, did you get a chance to hear from Barney or Woody there last night at all? I didn't. Parts of the show that I was listening to there, I didn't happen to catch to see if they were got on last night talking.
Didn't no Barney, no Woody, neither one. Nope.
All right. Well, they must be hiding in the bushes then. It sounds to me like they're starting to get scared there when they heard all that's going to happen in that. So, anyways, they
saw that we flipped the page on the calendar from May to June, and they're thinking, it's getting close. I'm getting a little nervous
here. To the 4th of getting close to the 4th of July there. So, anyways, I don't know. I had something else I was going to ask you. I can't remember quite what yet. So, no more leads on the swimming pool, though, right? You don't have any more installers?
We had some people respond this past day. A couple came out and they worked on it, and they're going to bring some additional help tomorrow. So let's knock on wood. They made quite a bit of progress this past day. So it's a work in progress as we speak. Only thing is, I think we've got rain in the forecast through much of the day today. And they're talking thunderstorms both Thursday and Friday. So I don't know. Mother Nature might postpone me a little further.
Well, that's a good thing there. But I don't know. You might want to get up pretty quick if you get what you and the AccuWeather gods supposedly are sending us out here for Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. They're talking back into the 90s out here. So, you might want to get it going. And I guess by the looks of the clock, I better let you go. It's time for a hard break there. We're late for a break.
Okay, yep, we got to get a news break. We'll get that taken care of. It's 844-3388. Underway on a Wednesday, Hump Day. That's right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Drug maker Moderna has started the process to gain full approval from the Food and Drug Administration for its 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine. The company announced Tuesday that it has begun submitting data from several studies on the shot. Moderna's vaccine has been administered in the U.S. under an emergency use authorization from the FDA, with more than 124 million doses having been given out so far. The company said that it also plans on asking for an emergency use authorization for its vaccine for use in children ages 12 to 15. Pfizer received an authorization for the same age group last month. And President Biden has suspended oil and gas leases in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, making permanent the temporary moratorium he issued on his first day in office. The order reverses a Trump-era policy allowing oil and gas exploration in the nature reserve. Alaska Governor Mike Dunleavy called the cancellation of leases wrong and an attack on his state's economy. In a tweet, Dunleavy promised to use every means necessary to oppose the order. This is USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our Buy 4, Get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest approved for data purchase. A little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, there we go. Underway here on a Wednesday. Hey, we touched on the story briefly last night for our Tuesday morning show, coming right off the heels of the holiday weekend. And we've learned a bit more. The plot kind of thickens a bit in regards to the latest ransomware attack on a global scale. This one was against the largest meat producer in the world, JBS-SA. The attack occurred, I guess, as we started the weekend, and we knew that some operations had been shut down in Australia. Canada was impacted. We weren't sure about here in the USA. Indeed, it's pretty much shut everything down. Now, JBS did update this past day, said they have made significant progress trying to resolve the cyber attack, which is impacting their global operations. They plan to have the vast majority of their plants back online sometime today. Wednesday is the word. Our systems are coming back online. We're not sparing any resources to fight this threat, according to the CBO of JBS USA. That statement this past evening, the cyber attack forced the shutdown of all JBS US beef plants. We're talking facilities that account for almost a quarter of our supplies of beef in this country. According to an official with the United Food and Commercial Workers International that represents workers at the company's plants in the U.S., all other JBS meatpacking facilities in the country experienced some level of disruption. The weekend attack on the company's computer networks also forced shutdowns of slaughter operations across Australia, idled one of Canada's largest beef plants. It's not clear exactly how many plants globally have been affected because JBS hasn't released those details yet. So the global shutdowns upending agricultural markets, raising concerns about food security, as hackers are now increasingly targeting critical infrastructure. Livestock futures slumped. Pork prices were up. According to the report, a notorious Russia-linked hacking group is behind the cyber attack against JBS. This particular cyber gang goes by the name Revil, R-Evil. I guess that's what we are. It's unclear if all of R-Evil's hackers operate in Russia. The group's public face, user on the dark web cybercrime forum, who goes by the name Unknown, exclusively publishes in Russian. They typically use a dark web blog dubbed Happy Blog to name and shame victims when they decline to engage in the ransom negotiations. They have yet to post a blog dedicated to JBS at this point, but here we are just 3 weeks after the Colonial Pipeline attack. Blade Runner sent me a link to another report out from The Guardian in regards to that, and supposedly the White House contacted Russia this past day. The White House spokeswoman said JBS had given details of the hack to the White House, that the United States had contacted Russia's government about the matter, and that the FBI is investigating. The White House offering assistance to JBS and the team that at the Department of Agriculture have spoke to leadership several times in the past day. JBS notified the administration that the ransom demand came from a criminal organization likely based in Russia. The White House is engaging directly with the Russian government on this matter and delivering the message that responsible states do not harbor ransomware criminals. do something about it, right? Apparently nothing happened with the hackers out of Russia following the Colonial Pipeline shutdown. JBS has not said whether they're actually negotiating in regards to maybe paying the ransom. They did not specify how much, how many millions potentially that the hackers are demanding. JBS said they suspended all affected computer systems, notified authorities, but they have backup servers, supposedly, that they say were not impacted. So there you go. I see nothing in regards to, it doesn't look like this is going to be some sort of an extended shutdown of the computer systems, if indeed they can get things back up and running later today. We shouldn't see any issues. I mean, the next thing you'll be talking about is, hey, there's no meat on the shelves. Why is there no hamburger in the meat section at your local grocer? Those sort of things. Of course, unless that is, everybody runs out later this morning and buys 15 pounds of hamburger meat for fear that they're not going to be able to grill out. Yeah, kind of like what we saw with the hoarding of gasoline with the Colonial Pipeline shutdown. The hoarders just actually kind of made things worse in that particular case. But there's an update for you. Yeah, our number is 844-844-3388. And I think we've got Darren. What's going on, Darren?
Good morning. Not much, Steve. Just out here rolling down through Ohio. You had little Colton upset on Monday morning.
Uh-oh.
He didn't understand why you weren't going to be live on the air when it showed he thought you were going to be.
Poor Colton. Was he out? Was he out? Were you on the road with him, or was he just up waiting late at night to tune in and say hi?
Well, we got home from the Big Rig Challenge up in Onaway, Michigan's drag strip race with semi-trucks.
Oh, that's right, because he had checked in. You guys, he called in. We talked to him 1:30 in the morning there, I guess Friday morning, when you were going to be camping out over the weekend and going to the races.
Yeah, it was not bad. We slept in a tent, 30 degrees out at night. We couldn't complain. We had beautiful weather all weekend. It was amazing watching those semis pull those double trailers and bobtails, drag racing, and all that type of stuff.
Wow.
Maybe Hot Shot Secret needs to see about getting a booth set up there Labor Day weekend at the next race up there in Onaway, Michigan.
They might be interested in that. Absolutely. I know they're looking for some trucking sort of events to participate in now that things are beginning to open back up here in 2021. So.
Yeah, they had a race on Memorial Day weekend, and they do one Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
And they're hoping the borders are going to be open where the Canadian drivers can come down and race.
Yeah, I don't know how long Canada's going to keep their borders shut down like that. It's kind of crazy, but.
Oh, definitely. Well, so is the governor of Michigan. She's kind of crazy too.
Yeah, no doubt. Yep.
Yeah, but I told Colton I'd call and let him know that you kind of disappointed him, but I tried to explain it was a holiday. He didn't understand that part of it.
Oh, okay.
No, it says he's supposed to be on Monday. I'm like, no. So he got to listen to the replay.
Okay. Well, he already heard that, but I guess he got to hear himself, though.
Oh, yeah. Now you'll get to hear from him. He'll be out on the road after June 10th with me.
Okay.
Basically for the whole summer.
So
you'll be hearing a lot from him.
Wow. So just a few more days of school left, huh?
Yeah, we've been in school full session all year. We've never did virtual.
How about that? Yeah, my grandkids were pretty much in the same boat. When they started the new year, I think they did like 1 week of virtual, and then they were back in full session all year long.
Yeah, because he told his teacher he doesn't want to do virtual because he doesn't like his teacher at home. She goes, "Who's that?" He goes, "My dad. If it's not neat and legible, he'll rip it up and make me do it again."
Boy.
A little bit of old school parenting.
Yeah, tough love, right? Tough love.
That's right. Well, you have a good night, Steve. I just thought I'd let you know Colton will be calling in again. He looks forward to this now.
How about that? All right. Well, great to hear from you, Darren. Be safe out there, and we'll look forward to when he gets out there on the road with you. Yeah, looking at 12 before the hour. All right, we got wide open lines here. It's 844-844-3388. Who else checking in here? Jeff, good morning. Getting overweight trailer reworked at Nestle Water in Pennsylvania this morning. Got to get it right, right? Eskimo Mom. I don't know what day it is. Funny. I had to deliver groceries Sunday night as an extra driver and combine what I normally do in 2+ days. Had to get it done in 36 hours. Oh, that was, you were working on the weekend. Let's see here. Michigan Madman chatting with Matthew. Says, "Hey, Matthew, what'd you think about the Indy 500? I thought it was an awesome race to see Helio Castroneves win his number 4 Indy 500. That's pretty amazing." Santa Claus back with us out there, checking in from Sacramento, California this morning. Are you toasty warm there in Sacramento, Santa Claus? Morning, Steve from Columbus. Wishing all the truck drivers out there a smooth, safe ride today. Go Reds. Jeffrey checking in. Good morning. Captain Ron checking in from Lake City, Florida. 73 degrees. Greetings, Earthlings. There you go. Good morning, Steve checking in from Cincinnati. Working in the ALZ unit, staying busy. That's the overnight nurse, Chris. Good to have you with us. Dan checking in from Northwest Ohio, on the way out to Youngstown area. Hope everybody has a safe night. And Psycho Trucker, looking to stir up the pot, aren't you? Said Big Ed's an idiot. See? Big Ed's gonna get his brass knuckles out on you, Psycho Trucker. Okay, any others? Great show as always. Longtime fan from back in the other guy's days. Yeah, I know. It's the previous employer. All right. So with that, this is rather interesting. I know many of you probably, like at the Sommers household, we installed what they call a Ring security camera about a year ago, something like that. And according to the report, Amazon customers, you've got 1 week to opt out of a plan that will turn every Echo speaker and Ring security camera in this country into a shared wireless network. Part of the company's plan to fix connection problems for their smart home devices. The proposal is called Amazon Sidewalk, involves the company's devices being used as what they call a springboard to build citywide mesh networks that help simplify the process of setting up new devices, keep them online even if they're out of range of your home Wi-Fi, also extend the range of tracking devices, such as those made by Tile. I'm not familiar with Tile. But Sidewalk has come under fire for the apparent lack of transparency with which Amazon has rolled out this feature, plus the very limited time available for users to complete the tricky process to opt out if you want to. Other critics have expressed concerns that failing to turn the setting off could leave customers in breach of their internet service provider's terms and conditions, apparently. They try to explain Amazon Sidewalk is a shared network that helps devices work better, according to the company statement. In the future, Sidewalk will support a range of experiences, from using Sidewalk-enabled devices such as smart security and lighting, diagnostics for appliances and tools. It works by creating a low-bandwidth network using smart home devices like the Amazon Echo and the Ring security cameras. At its simplest, that means that a new Echo can set itself up using a neighbor's Wi-Fi, or a security camera can continue to send motion alerts even if its connection to the internet is disrupted, by kind of piggybacking on the connection of another camera, say across the street, for instance. Other devices that don't need a high bandwidth connection, like smart lights, pet locators, and smart locks, can use Sidewalk all the time, they say. But the plans have caused alarm among some observers. A former chief technology officer at the U.S. Federal Trade Commission said, in addition to capturing everyone's shopping habits from Amazon.com and their internet activity, as AWS is one of the most dominant web hosting services, now they're also effectively becoming a global ISP, internet service provider, with a flick of a switch, all without even having to lay a single foot of fiber or cable. And this feature may also break the terms and conditions of users' internet connections, which do not allow things like resharing your service. Now, supposedly, you can disable Sidewalk in the settings section of your Alexa or Ring apps, but you have until June the 8th to do so. After that, if you have not taken any action, the network will be turned on and your device will become what they call sidewalk bridges. So I don't know, it's rather interesting, but anyone even know how to get into the settings for their Ring app? Yeah, my wife pretty much set ours up, and I'll have to try to explain that to her. I don't know that. Do we want to be connected with like that? All right, looking at 5 before the hour. Our number is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Would it be Freddie the Freeloader?
Yeah, how you doing there, Mr. Sommers?
Hey, Freddie, how the hell you been?
Oh, I've got a hard beating. Tired tonight. Usually married till we get the hell to bed before the midnight news comes on, you know.
Yeah.
Get pushing that over 80, you kind of start losing categories or something. I don't know what it is. How you been doing, buddy? I got you. I'm going to send you a roadway truck because they changed the name. You know, a lot of people are very, very, very displeased with that. But I don't know. Nobody works for the trucking man in America, and they never will.
Yeah.
It's just too bad, Steve. They can't shut down for 1 month. And these people say, you hear them going down the road, that damn 80,000-pound truck. Well, that 80,000-pound truck ain't hauling your goods, baby. You're up a creek without a paddle.
Yes, sir.
That's all I can tell them.
Yep.
And, boy, we come back from a truck show, and we were behind a guy from California. And he was out on the shoulder, Steve, on the shoulder, off the shoulder, an all-white truck from California. Now, California's not doing what they should be doing. They're putting people in them trucks shouldn't be in them.
Yep.
I mean, it was terrible. I was with Junior, and we saw one state patrol in Iowa. Speed limit over there is 70. They're all running 80, 85. And there was one I told Junior to pull over. He says he's probably one of them guys from over in Sand Country or whatever it was over there anyway.
Yep, probably.
And a lot of drivers don't like to drop a dime on another driver, but this guy shouldn't have had no. He's on the shoulder on the rumble strips, running out on the rumble strips. I looked up in there. He was either text messaging or taking a bath. I don't know.
Wow.
Hardly see him sitting way down. I mean, I ain't saying anything about a driver, but by God, they're taking people's lives if something happens. And it's a shame, you know. How you like the new network?
I like it. It's very very relaxing. A little different being on camera. But what do you think? Do you just listen on the app, or do you tune in on YouTube or Facebook? How do you catch us?
I don't know. I caught you on the phone. What do you for 31, Mary? We haven't turned you on since you got on it. To be honest, Steve, why lie about it? I haven't. I just. She did. She knows how to do that. I don't.
Yeah.
I get stuff on my Facebook. I got to have a PA deal for all PI doing.
I apologize.
That's Mary's fault. She says, "Well, where's it at?" I said, "Why would you ask me, a person that took 16 years to get out of high school, and then she asked me how you do this?"
16 years.
Yeah, 4 years. 12 years of school and then 4 summer school. You remember that? That guy gave you $100. Oh, you wasn't there. You wasn't born.
Boy, oh boy.
Hey, Steve.
Well, tell Mary.
I'm going to have to talk to my son.
Tell Mary
he's an electronic.
If you've got the smartphone, Freddie, you can download what they call the app. Mary can help you do that. It's really simple. It's free to download. And when the show comes on, it'll give you a ding on your phone, and all you have to do is push one button, and you can listen to the show.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a smartphone, honey.
I got one of them old track phones, Steve. I paid $5, and I got looking in the deal, and I found this is a Alcatel. It's just a hand. It's not a flip top, but it's like a flip top. Alcatel or something. Now that tells how old I am. Well, nobody ever heard of Alcatel.
Oh, well, it's good.
I remember Pappy talking about online. What was that? What was that on when you got on something USA online when they first started going with satellite stuff?
Look at this.
Yeah, a woman could tackle the bear. That's smart. Some bear went after her dogs, and she's tackling the bear.
I saw that.
I'll tell you, Steve.
Knocked him off the ledge.
Yeah.
Smart woman, man.
I don't think I tackled that bear. Good one swat. We went up to La Grande Marais one time, and we were up there. My wife was up there for 2 months, up there at that Arrowhead Lodge. And I rode down with the guy that had the lodge, and he's throwing at the dump. He's throwing stuff down at the dump at these bears. And I said, what was his name? I forget. I said, they say a bear could outrun a racehorse. And he looked at me, and I said, I'm going to get close to the car, because if one of them come up the bank, he gets you, don't ask for help. And I said, I'm not wrestling no bear. Big brown bear, black bear.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You don't fool with them. Well, I'm glad you get. I got it. Well, somehow if you could email Mary your address so I can get you that. I got
on his iPad, Steve.
Yeah, on my iPad or something. Mail your address or.
Can you listen on his iPad?
Yes, you can listen on the iPad.
Can
Absolutely.
I listen on the iPad, Steve?
You can do that. Yes,
yeah,
you can.
All right, I'll bring it up for him.
You try to if she don't get. If she's been working a part-time job too.
Steve,
Here, I'll let you talk to her. Steve, she's across the room.
Okay.
Thanks, Dad.
Steve, I got to tell you, this is so funny. All right, my brother got my dad an iPad, right?
Yeah.
So he's talking to the iPad. He figured out it could talk, So he presses the button and he goes, Alexa, find this for me, or Alexa, find this for me. All right. And this thing was doing it, the woman's voice. here it is, or what it is, or all of a sudden, one day Dad goes, Alexa, find me something. And honestly, Steve, the voice came on and says, my name is Siri. I think you're mistaking me for someone else. I am dead serious. I was like, ooh, Dad, I think your iPad's getting a little too smart.
That's funny.
Yeah, she goes, my name is Siri. I think you're mistaking me for someone else. Yeah, it kept calling it Alexa.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought it was.
That's two different girls. Two different girls, Freddie. Don't be getting them confused. Well, Mary, you can pull up. It's really simple. It's just overnightdriveradio.com. You can pull that up on the iPad.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Yep.
You'll love listening to this, Steve.
Yeah.
So, how do you like where you're at? You like it?
Yeah, very, very nice. Yes, everything worked out well.
Awesome. You tell those drivers that'll listen to you, be safe on the road tonight.
And many of the old timers been asking about how's Freddie the Freeloader doing. I said, well, I see him here and there on Facebook. He posted something. I told him a week or so ago, give us a call sometime. So I'm glad he was able to stay up late tonight.
Yeah, he usually doesn't stay up this late, Steve, but yeah, we went out carousing. So anyway, now he's like old and tired and grouchy and grumpy and I'm tired and my neck hurts and whiny fussy baby. So yeah, he walks a block and you'd think he'd walk 30 miles.
Yeah.
Anyway, you have a good night.
Great hearing from you guys. Yes. So, yep. Don't be a stranger, Freddie. Always check in. Great to hear that. I told you that last week. He always called and said, I got a heartbeat. That's Freddie the Freeloader. Yeah, talk about one of the old timers, many, many years going back when Freddie the Freeloader calling up the program. All right, a little bit behind, but we'll get our news update here and get back with your calls. Plenty of room. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration has formally ended the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers instituted under the Trump administration. In a memo Tuesday, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas officially ended the policy, which had forced asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while waiting for their cases to be heard. President Biden had ordered a review of the policy on his first day in office, but was widely expected to end the program. And President Biden will meet with West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito on Wednesday as the two sides continue to try to hammer out a compromise on an infrastructure spending bill. Capito said over the weekend that she's hopeful for an agreement on the bill, but the White House says that time is running out for a compromise. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Tuesday that the administration wants to see a clear direction on advancing the bill by next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
States policy forms and availability vary by state.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has threatened to veto the budget for the state legislature following a walkout by Democratic lawmakers ahead of a vote on an election security bill. The state's Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, is defending the governor's actions, telling Fox News that walking out on a vote isn't how democracy works.
The reason for the governor's action to say if you don't come back at all for a special session, we're going to stop your salaries, which are $600 a month for legislators. That's not the key. It's for all their staff. They'd have to fire all of their staff. And so we have a bill, or a rule in Texas bill, that says if a speaker or the lieutenant governor, I control the Senate, believes Democrats or anyone would walk, we could lock the doors to keep them in, or we can send the state police to get them back. But the Speaker of the House, and this is the second part of this bill, the Speaker of the House told the Democrats earlier that evening he would not lock the doors, he would not send the state police, and then he didn't set this bill until 4 hours to go till midnight, which made it easy for them to walk out.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A new strain of avian flu has been discovered in China. Lance Pry reports.
The first case of human infection from a particular bird flu strain has been detected in the eastern Chinese province of Jiangsu, China's National Health Commission said on Tuesday. Dr. Marty McCary from Johns Hopkins University tells Fox News this is nothing like COVID-19.
There's been over 180 isolates of different avian flus of a similar strain, and we just simply haven't seen much community transmission. Right now, there's no evidence of community transmission human to human, and I suspect the Chinese are being super transparent given the origins of the coronavirus and their lack of transparency there.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The virus was detected in a man in his 40s, which was reportedly transmitted from poultry. And drug maker Moderna has started the process to gain full approval from the Food and Drug Administration for its 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine. The company announced Tuesday that it has begun submitting data from several studies on its shot. Moderna's vaccine has been administered in the U.S. under an emergency use authorization from the FDA, with more than 124 million doses having been given out so far. The company said that it also plans on asking for an emergency use authorization for its vaccine for use in children ages 12 to 15. Pfizer received authorization for the same age group last month. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, welcome back. Round number 2 here on a Wednesday, up day, midweek already. And I guess I would have lost the wager. Now, wagering on the over and under out of Chicago. I was wagering on 50 or more. It turned out to be 32. Didn't quite reach the 50 mark. 3 were killed, 29 others injured in Chicago. This Memorial Day weekend actually saw fewer shootings than last year. But 2021 as a whole has already seen more shootings than in 2020. According to the Chicago Tribune, one of the victims came under fire on the sidewalk. A gunman attacked a 40-year-old Monday night after being struck several times, later died in the hospital. A 20-year-old man shot in the face while driving, but survived. Let's see. The Tribune reported that for the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, 2021 saw 28% more gun homicides in the city than the year 2020. Just another action-packed weekend there in Chicago. What else in the news here before we get back to your calls? Again, it's 844-844-3388. So indeed, it turned out to be a very busy Memorial Day weekend, from bustling airports to surging demand for gas. All the signs from this Memorial Day weekend reaffirm the oil market's bet that Americans are going to be out traveling in force this summer. A peek at travel patterns in the world's largest oil-consuming country over the past few days indicate some of the heaviest driving and flying since COVID decimated consumption last spring. Well, they tell us that's good news for Saudi Arabia and its OPEC allies as they gradually bring output back, counting on a rapidly tightening crude market. A return of the world's number one economy to normalcy is crucial to cement the recovery that's seen oil prices in New York jump to the highest since 2018. According to RBC Capital Markets, our cautious optimism has turned to fully optimistic. We were in the stage where we all thought this was going to be a barn burner of a summer for mobility. Now that we've crossed past the Memorial Day and into summer, some of the confirmation is coming through the real-time data. Gas demand reached the highest since the start of the pandemic in the week leading up to the weekend. Airports from Los Angeles to Houston and Atlanta saw passenger levels they had not seen since early March of 2020. Number of passengers going through airport checkpoints nationwide Friday neared 2 million for the first time since the weeks before flights were grounded by the hundreds last year. According to the TSA data this past day, Los Angeles International Airport and San Francisco International Airport reached pandemic highs. Nearly 79,000 in LA, 35,000 in San Francisco. In Houston, George Bush International Airport Friday had its largest number of flight arrivals and departures since the start of the pandemic. I guess we could presume prices at the pump probably not going to be coming down anytime soon, in other words. Still hovering right there around that $3 per gallon mark, national average. And according to the Oil Price Information Service, they said they expect prices to remain in that range through the summer of 2021. All righty. So meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Well, hello there, Steve-O. How was your weekend?
I had it okay. Had a good weekend. How about you?
I had to work all weekend.
Uh-oh.
It was, oh, yeah. Then Mother Nature delivered me a blow Friday morning about 4:30 in the morning. We had one of them West Texas hurricanators come through and had about the size of big marble, them king-size marbles.
I saw the pictures you were posting from the truck stop there. Yeah, the ground was covered in hail. You got woke up, thought your truck was going to collapse.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something, Steve. I never heard. I was in the motel, and I thought somebody was breaking in the room. And I jumped up trying to find my gun and run around there. And I said, "Whoa, wait a minute! That's damn hail!" I thought the roof was caving in on us. Man, I'll tell you one thing. I didn't go out there that night. I wanted to get daylight. Now I went out there daylight and raised the hood, and I said, Lord. It done a number on the hood, the fenders. Got my chicken wing up top. It done a number on me. But, hey, that's what you got insurance for. It'll fix it all. But, Steve, talking about this deal with JBS, me and Grump was just had this conversation ain't been a week ago. I told him, I said, now you wait and see. They going to hack into the food industry next. And he said, yep, that's coming. And he said, the thing I really worry about is when we wake up one morning and we ain't able to move because they done shut the power grid down.
Yep.
And mark my word, it's coming. And boys and girls out there trucking, you better have some green in your pocket because you ain't gonna be able to do nothing if you're able to even get fuel when the power's out at the truck stops. I don't understand why this is all taking place after we got that idiot up yonder that's occupying the White House up there. They are making a fool out of the United States of America, and he don't seem to care. Nobody up in his office seems to care about what's going on. It's just a sickening, sad state of affairs that this guy calls himself an American. I mean, he is so hell-bent on undoing everything that Donald Trump done to put us back at the top. And he ain't doing nothing. This guy will go down as the worst president we have ever seen. The worst president in history. I mean, he makes Obama, Jimmy Carter, and all them look like a bunch of lightweights. I mean, this guy it is just unreal at what he's doing and doesn't seem to care. I just can't get over it. But, hey, in one of them weather forecasts, you need to forecast some weather down yonder in the South Carolina area. But them farmers down there are taking a beating right now. The corn rolling up in the fields and everything else. And we need one of them Steve Summers, sure enough, rain soakers. So how about dial us up one if you can? But, Steve, with going on into it, people's wondering why they ain't heard from Smash and Crash. Well, Smash and Crash has been working out daily. I mean, daily for the last couple of days. We've been kind of in a guerrilla warfare tactic. We're not posing all our tactics. That big dud or whatever he goes by. But I can assure you one thing: when Smash and Crash get finished with him this 4th of July, the only thing that'll be left, there'll be a mark on his driver's license where they blackened his eyes.
Oh, boy.
Stretch him. They gonna start calling Big Moose no more. He gonna be Big Goose where they stretch his neck across that wrestling ring. So y'all get ready. It's coming. Smash and Crash, the dynamic duo, is gonna whoop that boy all over that mat up there. And so I can't wait. How about you?
I'm getting kind of excited. July the 4th, going to be big, isn't it?
Gonna be big, man. Gonna be big. Hey, are we gonna have that plastic pool up yet?
We're working on it.
Man, Steve, I feel your pain in that. I do, man. I know what you're going through, because I got a good friend that he come over to the house and took the measurements off ours and everything. And so he decided, due to the price of lumber going up, he was only going to build a half deck. He can't even get a swimming pool until probably next year sometime. They said, we're sorry, but everybody got the stimulus money and everything. Said the pool business is going rapid fire. And it said, we put you down for next January. And he's called everybody he can think of there something. He said, well, you know how to put one up? I said, hell no, man. I don't know nothing about installing no swimming pool. I'm a truck driver. I don't know nothing about that stuff. He said, it can't be that hard. I said, look, Bo, I helped them put my outer ring and stuff up because it took 6 of us to put that outer ring up. And I said, they were short-handed. I got out there and helped them. That thing cut me about 3 or 4 times. I said, y'all get some help out here. I figured out the best way you can because I ain't put my hand back on it.
Yep.
And I said, once you get that liner in there, you got to get it just right, stretch it, and all that. I said, you might find somebody that was ex-pool installer do it for you. But where you going to get the pool at? He said, I'll find one. I said, well, I hope you do because liners, you can't get a new liner right now.
When I ordered mine, I got it from a place called the Pool Factory up in New Jersey, and there were a whole bunch of liners that were not available.
Yeah, I mean, and now they're saying it's going to be a chlorine, because we on the salt system, and I sent Debbie down there. I said, buy about 30 bags of salt just in case for this year and next year. I said, it ain't going to go bad, so we'll have enough. And I said, might buy a chlorine tablet or 2. But, yeah, the summer had hit, and it's caught a lot of people short-handed. I mean, it really has, man. But I feel your pain, Steve. I know what you're going through, man.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that they'll be able to get it done here in the next few days. I mean, ain't no fun working out in the rain.
All right, buddy. Now, hey, look here. Before I get off here, did you see the World 600 the other night?
The Charlotte race?
Yeah.
I just saw segments of it. I didn't see the whole thing, but I just saw pieces of it on the replay.
Did you? Oh, man, you missed that. That Kyle Larson put an ass whooping on them Jaffa Crappers, took them forward to town, and Hendricks again. They was 1, 2, 4, and 5. They didn't. Kyle Busch kind of got up there and muddied the water, but hell, he was 9 seconds out from the lead. But man, I tell you one, that Kyle Larson, he had that Chevrolet in the wind, baby. Now he was on rails. I mean, he was getting the job done. So I hope some major sponsor jump up there and get that boy a sponsor, because he ain't got a whole lot on the car, but that boy proved one thing. He can drive a car.
Yep.
And man, it made my heart feel so good. I was sitting there, Debbie said, you enjoying this, ain't you? I said, every bit of it. I said, I'm going to watch it lap to lap. I ain't getting off this couch. So anyway, that's about it. And by the time we get this load here off, we heading on down to the Marina Del Rey and take a couple of days off and go out there and play in Texas again, see if we can find another hailstorm to run into.
Yeah, maybe get you an opportunity to spend a little time out there in the pool, right?
You got that right. But it's cool down here, man. I jumped in the pool. I got home. It was Sunday afternoon. It was kind of cool. And Debbie was fussing about it need vacuuming. And I said, all right. I jumped in it, jumped right back out. I said, the pool ain't going to get vacuumed today. Maybe tomorrow, but not today. I said, I like cool water, but that is polar bear. It wasn't about 79 degrees.
Polar bear plunge, huh?
Yeah, I tell you what, it is a polar bear plunge for sure. So we'll catch you later, buddy. Be careful.
Thank you much for checking in there, Monkey Gouger. What do we got here? Available lines, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. I'll check out the video coming up here. From the Gateway Pundit, a wild scene broke out at Six Flags St. Louis over the Memorial Day weekend over stolen turkey legs. The video starts with park patrons picking up turkey legs and handing them to friends. Then police stepped in and arrested at least one woman. It won't help business at the local Six Flags amusement park. So it's kind of like a melee. Obviously, from the video, no one's concerned about the COVID pandemic. I mean, they're fighting over turkey legs. Boy, oh boy. It's just, it's just the country we live in these days. You can check out the video. I won't say anything further, but it's the insanity. All right, we got a couple minutes before we get our bottom of the hour news break here, after which we'll get back with your calls. I was looking at some of the industry headlines here. It kind of goes in line with, Big Ed was talking last evening about kind of like you do your pre-check, your pre-trip on your truck. What about a pre-trip on you? Yeah, physically. Are you able to physically drive the truck? Story from CDL Life this past day. A trucker became medically incapacitated before crashing his truck into oncoming traffic, resulting in a multiple fatality crash on I-75 in Georgia. Now, this crash was a couple of years ago, according to the report from the National Transportation Safety Board. The board's report also notes that the Eagle Express truck driver, a 59-year-old man who was not named in the report, who is one of the 7 people who died in the crash, had several serious medical conditions. Coronary heart disease, which was cited as a contributing factor in the truck driver's cause of death. Overall, several medical conditions and medications had the potential to render the Eagle Express driver incapacitated at the time of the crash. These include medical complications from severe coronary artery disease, persistent aspiration due to a recurrent hiatal hernia, as well as prescription medications. Now, they go through the whole sequence of events that occurred during the crash. I won't bore you with all that, but the review board said that they found no evidence that the driver of the Eagle Express truck took any evasive maneuvers to avoid the crashes, taking place during daylight hours on a clear, dry roadway. Crash occurred about 3:40 in the afternoon, about 23 minutes after the driver had completed his 30-minute rest break. All right, with that, we'll get our news break here. More to come on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden was in Tulsa, Oklahoma Tuesday afternoon to pay tribute to the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre on the 100th anniversary of the event, becoming the first president to visit Greenwood, the neighborhood where it took place. During his visit, he met with the 3 known remaining survivors of the massacre and toured the Greenwood Cultural Center.
100 years ago, at this hour, on this first day of June, smoke darkened the Tulsa sky, rising from 35 blocks of Greenwood in less than 24 hours. 1,100 black homes and businesses were lost.
On May 31st and June 1st, 1921, a white mob attacked the Greenwood neighborhood, known as the Black Wall Street. Hundreds of homes and businesses were destroyed, and at least 300 people were killed. This is USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back into it here on a Wednesday. Who else checking in? It's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. Let's see. Our old friend Rick out there checking in this morning. Yeah, Scott was listening earlier. He said, I love listening to Freddie the Freeloader. So great to hear from Fred and Mary once again. Larry said, what happened to Lone Ranger? No more call-ins from him. Yeah, of course, Ranger retired several years ago. He did check in a couple times last week. You just missed his calls, Larry. Ranger does from time to time check in, just not nearly as much as he did back when he was driving truck overnights. Because he's more like what would you call it? A normal person that sleeps when it's dark. Let's see. Central Oregon high today was 100 degrees. Expected high for Wednesday, 101 degrees. Yeah, I've been talking about the heat wave out there. Hey, there's old Doc Holliday. Hey, Steve, drinking in the casino. I'm too drunk to call. Good for you, Doc. Doc Holliday. Out there gambling. Now, remember, when you go to that ATM, it'll pay off every time, but you don't get too drunk to play poker. Is that possible? I think it could be. Okay, let's get back to your calls here. Who's next up? Is that the Beaver Squeezer?
Yes, sir, it is. I don't call you very much anymore. I'm sorry about that, but everybody started making fun of my handle. I've had that since 1991.
Yeah?
I want to talk about Big Ed's call from last night.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, I think the man is insane, but he's got a point.
Okay.
I drove a truck for 25 years. I got a ring on my left finger right here that says 2 million miles, and it's got 2 diamonds. I think he's one of them drivers that believes the company actually cares about their damn truck drivers. They care more about their lug nuts on the wheels of those trucks than they do their drivers. And that's a true fact. I'm a flatbedder. I'm going to tell you right now, there ain't no company in this world that gives a rat's ass about the man sitting behind the wheel of that truck. There's just not.
Huh.
There's just not, Steve. You are nothing but a number to them.
So you're more or less just a revenue generator, is that it?
That's pretty much what you are. Your junior college graduate dispatcher is going to come in at 7 in the morning, and he's going to get on his computer, and he's going to look up your green dot, and he's going to say, oh my God, you're 35 miles from where you're supposed to be. And he's going to pick up the phone, he's going to call you, and you're going to say, no, sir, I am in my customer's parking lot. Well, that's not what the computer says. Well, that is the fact.
Yeah.
You are nothing but, and let me tell you something, Steve, a dirty little secret about the trucking industry. And I know this because I work in the trucking industry. Companies will hire you, especially the big ones like Werner and J.B. Hunt and Navajo Express, the big trucking companies. They will hire you, they will keep you a year, and they'll fire you. And the reason is because for every truck driver they hire, they get a government check. That's a true fact.
Huh.
They get government subsidies for every driver they hire. But, you know, those drivers, they're trying to feed their own family. There's no such thing as we're going to hire you to retire you in the trucking industry. There's just not. It doesn't happen anymore. I would suggest everybody stay the fuck away from the goddamn trucking industry.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Beaver Squeezer. Okay. Well, there you got a little out of hand there, didn't he? Hello, Chevy guy.
I've been sitting between the doors with the same name on it for 20 years. I feel appreciated. Now, you know, it's a good thing. Go with your wife, go shopping. You know, I've been hearing all this stuff about, you know, shortage of chicken. You know, there's no chicken, all this stuff. Well, I'm doing the shopping now. My wife's not able to do much. I'm going through Walmart, and right there I've noticed every time I go by, and meat shelves are crammed full and fully crammed full of chicken. Come through there Monday, and they must have got prepared for the cookouts and everything like that. I mean, they had chicken marked, you know, yellow tags on them, or price reduced, everything. The shelves were crammed full of chicken.
Huh.
I didn't really pay attention to the prices of them. but maybe that's because they were too high. I have no clue, but I'm telling you, there's no shortage of chicken down here.
Okay.
And the beef shelves, everything's there now. Now everything in the stores higher, definitely higher. Things that I paid under $2 for is over $2 now. It's growing. It's going up slowly. Canned goods that were like 60 some odd cents or in the 90 cents. It's growing. And so I talked to our flatbed driver last night. I said, "Now, what's the deal, man?" They all saying that, what is it? You go out there to these places and deliver lumber, treated boards so they can build porches and stuff like that. He said, "Man, they're all full. They're just, stuff's moving." He said, ain't no shortage. It just, everything's full. They're bringing it into them. So, and he said, all through this pandemic stuff, it just, we were cutting and moving and hauling wood chips, but for every bit of wood chips we hauled, they were hauling, they were cutting lumber, so there ain't, I think he said it best. It's not the guy in the woods cutting the trees. It's not the guy hauling the trees or hauling the lumber to the stores. It's not the people at the stores. It's the commodities people in Wall Street, guys in a three-piece suit that are racking this stuff up. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. It's just sitting back just watching this stuff is just amazing. You just have to deal with it, I guess. And the other thing I wanted to mention is the troops I seen on the news last night before I come to work. Troops are coming home. Well, finally, out of Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, whenever Donald Trump was trying to get him to bring them home, there was a major problem. But now that, hey, I don't care who gets them home, we need to get out of there. I'm fed up with it. So as soon as the American public doesn't know why they're there, they don't need to be there. That means that and it's not the military's job. They're going to want to be there. They're going to want to, a military man wants to do this job. And if you're an officer, you can do this. You get this little ribbons on your chest, So they don't want to be stateside with the troops and everything. They want to be actually active and justified. So like the fellow was saying that, companies don't care about the drivers. In my opinion, and in my past experience, there's officers out there that don't care about the troops. If they don't care if they lose a couple of men, if they can get a star on their shoulder. And I hate to say that, but that's the truth. They're when they get up there, most of them are no more than just politicians with shiny uniforms. And I hate to say that, but that's the truth. A good officer is hard to come by.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we've seen that. We've seen them. We've seen them up there stabbing Donald J. Trump in the back. We've seen admirals. We've seen generals stabbing the man in the back. And so we know they're very political because we know Trump was right about all this stuff. He was America first, take care of America first. And obviously the generals, on their own, agendas. So that's I'm just giving you a report about what's going on. Like I said, I don't know what that chicken stuff is because they barely had any room stacking that chicken in there and had it reduced. So go out and get you some chicken for price should be reduced.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, I've been sitting in 20 years in this small outfit, same name on the door. Like my boss passed away, his brother took us right on. And I don't know, it's always just been that way. And sometimes you can find a good company and go to work for it. But at the same time, You got drivers out there that just don't care about equipment, don't care about, it's more than just trashing the truck stops and putting trash on the ground and all this mess. It's some of these guys don't take care of the equipment the companies give them. And I thought that that incentive goes back when they were hiring and putting drivers in for JB Hunt when they were training. I haven't heard any of that incentive for new drivers. So
yeah,
I think he's corrected.
I'm not sure what he was talking. I was going to ask. I mean, I'm not aware of incentives to hire new drivers, but
apparently maybe we need to get that going if we're short. We've got driver shortages, and I'm encouraging. I got a hold of a young man was asking me about it. When he does, I try to lead him, try to talk him. And all you got to do is make the jump. Make sure you got a clean license. Stay away from the drugs and alcohol. And also, if I asked him, "Are you married?" He said, "No." I said, "Got a girlfriend?" I said, "You go, no." I said, "Well, that's something you need to consider, because if you got a woman that doesn't appreciate you doing this job and being gone anywhere from a week, overnight, weeks, or weeks at a month, almost a month at a time, then your trucking career won't. It's just hard to be out here and fighting with your woman at the same time."
Right.
So I wouldn't say people stay away from trucking. I still think it's a great career. I mean, I barely made it out of high school, and I've had them call the house and want me to go to work for them. One time in West Virginia, I'm walking down the street with my wife, and a guy slammed on his brakes in the middle of the road, hollered out, "What am I doing home middle of the week?" And I told him I was between jobs. He said, "No, you're not. Go down there to Mill, grab that R Model Mac, and get to work." And Lord, I drove that thing for like 3 weeks before I even filled out an application for the job. I've never seen anything like it. Once they find out that you do the job, go where they tell you to go, and fairly take care of your equipment, you got it made in this industry. So we're in. And by the way, we get to sit around all night and listen to our old early morning hours, and listen to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive, and we can sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. 10-4.
All right. 10-4 out. Thank you, Chevy guy. So the headline is, how did the world run out of everything? Trying to recall, I believe it was it Steve about a week ago that was talking about the just-in-time system, which I remember those discussions, 25 years ago. The kind of problems relying on a just-in-time system can cause. Let's see. The story of how the modern world was constructed. Toyota stands out as the mastermind of a monumental advance in industrial efficiency. They pioneered the so-called just-in-time manufacturing, where parts are delivered to factories right as they're required, minimizing the need to stockpile things. Over the last half-century, this approach has captivated global business in industries far beyond autos. From fashion to food processing to pharmaceuticals, companies have embraced just-in-time. The tumultuous events over the past year have challenged the merits of paring back inventories, reinvigorating concerns that some industries have just gone too far, leaving them vulnerable to disruptions. As the pandemic has hampered factory operations and sown chaos in global shipping, many economies around the world are finding shortages of a vast range of goods, from electronics to lumber to clothing. in a time of extraordinary upheaval in the global economy, just in time is running late. It's sort of like supply chain run amok, according to one international trade expert. In a race to get the lowest cost, I've concentrated my risk. We're at the logical conclusion of all that. The most prominent manifestation of too much reliance on just-in-time is found in the very industry that invented it. Automakers crippled by a shortage of computer chips. Without enough chips on hand, factories from India to the United States to Brazil have been forced to halt assembly lines. But the breadth, the persistence of the shortages reveal the extent to which the just-in-time idea has come to a dominant commercial life. That explains why Nike and other apparel brands struggle to stock retail outlets. It's one of the reasons construction companies are having trouble purchasing paints and sealants. It's a principal contributor to the tragic shortages of personal protective equipment we saw early in the pandemic, which left frontline medical workers without adequate gear. Just in time has amounted to no less than a revolution in the business world. By keeping inventories thin, retailers can use more of their space to display a wider array of goods. It has enabled manufacturers to customize their wares. These virtues have added value to companies, spurred innovation, prompted trade. But the shortages raise real questions about whether some companies have just been too aggressive by slashing inventories, which has undoubtedly left them unprepared for whatever trouble inevitably emerges. All right, so they talk about some of the big companies that are now planning to build new plants. Intel, of course, the chip maker, is going to spend $20 billion to erect new plants in Arizona, but that's less than the $26 billion they've spent on share buybacks in 2018 and 2019, money the company could have used to expand capacity. They go on, but I think, long story short, the answer to the question is, how did we all run out of everything? It's the just-in-time system. Well, good morning, Red Mule.
Good morning, Steve. Several topics this morning. First off, in regard to horse feathers experience on the on-ramp, off-ramp, I guess. He's not going to have to go in and visit the cardiologist this year for his annual stress test, is he? I mean, I know if that happened to me, my heart would have been beating pretty good. And if he survived that, then I think he could probably just take that clip out of his dash cam in there and show the cardiologist, and they wouldn't have to give him a stress test when he's out.
Yeah, right.
That'd do it. Steve, on this comments that the guy was making a while ago about the companies being paid to hire their drivers, I've been hearing that ever since I got into business years and years ago. Now, on the other side of that argument, I do know, and that's been, I'm going to say 10 years ago, maybe more than that, C.R. England in Utah was getting reimbursed by the state government, and I don't recall, somebody else can call in and straighten me out on this, I don't recall if it was for hiring, I thought it was for hiring parolees, but it may have been for welfare people. I don't, like I said, I don't remember which it was, but the guy that told me about it was a pretty reliable source. You know, you hear all these stories all the time, and nobody can ever document it. And the guy, I heard it from a couple different sources, but the last one that told me about it was somebody that I consider to be in the know. So they were at one time getting some kind of income coming out of the state of Utah. So, hey, Steve, changing the subject now, you're talking about all these shortages and everything, and a couple of weeks ago, you're talking about those Ford pickups are all out there in the parking lot or whatever. Now, explain the mechanics to me on this. Do they put chips in those vehicles and then take them out there and park them and take the chips out, put them in the next vehicle, or how do they do that?
I was wondering the same thing. Without the chips, how do they run? I mean, I can't imagine that they had to haul them all out there on, you know, like on car haulers or something. So that's a good question. I don't know.
Well, is there more than one chip in there? I mean, is there, you know, like 5 chips and there's 1 or 2 chips and the thing will operate, you know, to get out there? I just, nobody ever explained that, and I've been trying to figure that out.
You know, when I got my car a few days ago, it seems like the sales guy was telling me that these newer vehicles, I think he said there's more than a dozen chips of some sort in these newer cars, all kinds of them.
Okay. Well, that would make sense. Yeah. So, a couple other things to bring up. How much time we got here, Steve?
Yeah, you got time. Go ahead.
You were talking last week about the speed limiters being put on. I heard my name mentioned a couple of times. Now, I don't mean to be a smart mouth here, Steve, but me personally, directly, that's not going to affect too much. And the reason is, I got friends in low places. They want to put a speed limiter on the Red Mule. They want to put me at 60 mile an hour. That's fine. I can go into the truck shop there and slip the tech $50. He hook up to the computer up to my thing, and instead of running saying that I got the 390 rears, and drop it down to 340, whatever it is, 343s or whatever. My speedometer will read out different, but I still be able to do, you know, 75 in a pinch, 80 in a pinch if I need to. So again, it's these busybody do-gooders that think they know something that don't know as much as they think they know, and they think they're going to come out here, and it will affect a lot of people. It will affect me indirectly. You know, the I-15 corridor where I live out there, I think there's, 6 or 7 mountain ranges between where I live and Salt Lake. And these guys that full of cripples out there, you know, they like to slingshot them and get going 70 mile an hour down a hill so they can get up the other side. And so if I get stuck behind them, yes, it will affect me. But as far as me personally, they're not going to be able to affect me on that. Another thing I was going to bring up, Steve, and again, I don't mean to sound like a smart mouth on this, but you're talking about the high price of everything. I'm not allowed out to Tennessee. First time I've been out here in a while. Steve, I got the highest, you don't know what that noise is, did you? I got the highest freight rate I believe I've ever got for a long haul load like that. I got about 1.88, 1.89 times what I usually get. And on this load I got going back, I'm getting about 1.5 what I usually got on the loads going back. So, you know, the Federal Reserve can say this inflation is transition. What's that $5 word? Transitory. But, you know, I'm benefiting from it. I grant you my fuel costs have gone up, but they ain't gone up near as much as my freight rates have.
Well, it sounds like that was a good payday then.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I may have been part of the back us hauling over the holiday or whatever, but got my 34-hour break in and start back with. So, hey, one more thing here, Steve, real quick. So I was coming up out of Lexington today, coming up to Cincinnati, and I hadn't been up there in a while, so I was listening to GPS on Google, and it'd tell me go up to 71, 75, whatever. All of a sudden, they come on there and said, reroute. Said, go up there and take whatever that exit is, 275 east. Said, that'll help you avoid a delay on the Brent Sommers Bridge. SDI Magnum said, hey, we know that guy. And I said, yeah, but he won't admit he knows us, so don't tell nobody about him. So that's all I got, Steve.
Okay, thank you. Red Mule, have a good morning. I did a quick search when I was talking with there, and according to Guess the Business Insider. This says a modern car can easily have more than 3,000 chips. Wow. I had no idea. I'll give you more on that coming up. Right now, though, a news update. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden was in Tulsa, Oklahoma Tuesday afternoon to pay tribute to the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre on the 100th anniversary of the event, becoming the first president to visit Greenwood, the neighborhood where it took place. During his visit, he met with the 3 known remaining survivors of the massacre and toured the Greenwood Cultural Center.
100 years ago, at this hour, on this first day of June, smoke darkened the Tulsa sky, rising from 35 blocks of Greenwood in less than 24 hours. 1,100 black homes and businesses were lost.
On May 31st and June 1st, 1921, a white mob attacked the Greenwood neighborhood, known as the Black Wall Street. Hundreds of homes and businesses were destroyed, and at least 300 people were killed. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Carnival Cruise Lines have gotten CDC approval to resume operations at 3 U.S. ports this summer. Lance Pry reports.
Carnival Cruise Lines was given the okay by the CDC to begin sailing from 3 U.S. ports, the Port of Galveston in Texas, as well as Port of Miami and Port Carnival in Florida, for its return to guest operations this summer. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Disney Cruise Lines have also received CDC approval for a 2-day test cruise at the end of June. And Americans hit the road over the Memorial Day weekend, eager to travel as many areas of the country have reopened. The Transportation Security Administration says it screened more than 7 million passengers at the nation's airports from Thursday through Sunday, with Friday being the busiest travel day since the beginning of the pandemic. The travel boom comes as more than half of all Americans have now received at least 1 dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, according to new data from the CDC. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of 1, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
In a special election Tuesday, Democrat Melanie Stansbury won the New Mexico congressional seat left vacant when Deb Haaland became the Secretary of the Interior. Stansbury, a New Mexico state representative, defeated Republican State Senator Mark Moores, with multiple news organizations calling the race for Stansbury. New Mexico's 1st congressional district, which includes most of Albuquerque, has been represented by a Democrat since 2009. The race extends the Democrats' slim majority in the House, 220 to 211, with 4 seats still vacant. And British intelligence officials are the latest to reopen the possibility that the coronavirus leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China. Tim Berg has more.
Calls continue for a more thorough investigation from the World Health Organization regarding the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. The British Intelligence Service is re-evaluating their views on the lab leak theory, with some British spies telling the New York Times that it is feasible. Kentucky Republican Congressman James Comer is a House Oversight Committee ranking member.
At the very least, we're going to find out that China was not transparent. We're going to find out that China covered up what they knew. China is going to have a lot of explaining to do, and I think that the American people not only are going to demand that the Democrats hold hearings on this, they're going to demand that the Democrats join the Republicans in holding China accountable.
USA Radio News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Idea who they surveyed. But if you were asked, who would you trust? Who would you least trust? And who would you most trust when it comes to getting the news? And I got the list of the most and least trusted newscasters, as they call it. Yeah, Morning Consult asked viewers who they trust a lot, who they trust not at all. Came up with their list, most and least trusted people in news. How many people feel the same way about your favorite host that you do is the question. Let's start at number 20. Least trusted, Sean Hannity. I thought, really? Fox News. Consistently, not only the most watched cable news channel, it is the most watched network in all of U.S. cable, both in daytime and primetime viewers. And Sean Hannity's primetime show, Hannity, reigns supreme. But least trusted. Number 19, Rachel Maddow. Now, more liberal political news circles. There's only one queen, and yes, she's the one. Consistently receives the highest rankings on the network, although they struggle to receive the same viewership as the Fox News competition. Let's see, number 18, least trusted, Don Lemon. 17, Mika Brzezinski. On the Morning Joe, right? 16, Chris Matthews. Least trusted, number 15, Joe Scarborough. Number 14, least trusted, Tucker Carlson. Followed by Chris Cuomo at 13. Number 12, least trusted, Laura Ingraham. 11, least trusted, Anderson Cooper. All right, then they flip from the least trusted to the most trusted. Now that you got through the least trusted names, some of the most trusted television news anchors in the business, starting with Craig Melvin. Now it's 21%. Now, if I understand that, I would say if he's got 21% that say he's most trusted, there's a whole bunch, like 79% that don't. Number 9, most trusted, Chris Wallace, 22%. George Stephanopoulos at 23%. Most trusted again. Andrea Mitchell, 23%. Brian Williams, 24%. Harris Faulkner, also most trusted, 24%. Robin Roberts at 28%. Up to number 3, most trusted, David Muir, ABC, 28%. Anderson Cooper, most trusted, 29%. Yeah, right. Now, not only was Anderson Cooper given a spot as one of the least trusted names, he was also given enough votes of confidence to make him the second most trusted name in news. Okay, number 1, Lester Holt, under the most trusted at 32%. 32% of respondents saying they trust him a lot. He took the role of the lead anchor for the NBC Nightly News after Brian Williams left that spot open, and since then he's been steadily rising in the ranks. Okay, and they got some honorable mentions. Least trusted, Chuck Todd. Juan Williams, least trusted, honorable mention. Steve Ducey, is it Dooley or Ducey? Ducey, but that's the Fox and Friends in the Morning. I found that rather interesting, but I thought I'd throw that your way. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. And what's going on, Snakebite? Hey there.
Hey, I hardly get to drive at night anymore. I thought you would have made the list for the most trusted between midnight and 5 a.m.
Yeah, there you go.
It's anyhow. I would have loved to heard Doc Holliday call in and get his interpretation of a drunken gambler. But the guy that phoned in and said that people should stay away from driving, and the trucking companies are only interested in the old saying, meat in the seat.
Yep.
There are those out there like that, but then, there are the good ones, and generally the good ones aren't looking for any drivers because all their seats are filled because everybody's happy. The companies usually, if they're going to expand, they don't expand that much, and the only time they get hiring drivers is if somebody retires. Know a few companies like that.
Uh-huh.
It just depends on your attitude toward the drivers, and then some drivers, you see them out here. You ought to go out, Steve. You ought to go out to Wyoming the first day that it goes from, I'm going to say 40, 50 degrees in the day, and then it drops down to say minus 10 overnight. And most of these guys, they go into the truck stops and they apply all their brakes, and then they get up in the morning and they go to leave, and their trailer brakes are all frozen up. And you see them, I'm going to say anywhere from 2 to 5 miles down the interstate, pulled over, and they got blown trailer tires because they dragged their trailer tires trying to free them up, and obviously that doesn't work. So they said to a tire guy, how often does that happen? He says, it happens every winter. He says, first good cold freeze. He says, we get bunch of drivers that figure that they know how to unbrake tires from being froze up. I says, you guys should add about a $200 stupid tax on top of that. We're replacing the tires. It just goes to show you that the type of driver that we're getting in the industry now. When I first started long time ago, I went out for almost a year with a driver, and that's where I learned how to drive, learned how to do all the paperwork, and they say, you see on Facebook once in a while now, people say, name something a youngster wouldn't know what it was.
Yeah.
And in trucking, if I said bingo card, how many drivers out there actually know what a bingo card is? So it's quite the thing. But I figured I'd call in and say hi, and I'm still alive and almost to getting to the countdown where I got only a year and a couple of months to go, and I'm retired. So
got the count.
I heard
Carnival Cruises right?
Carnival Cruises is going to start up again. What's that?
I said, so the countdown clock is ticking, huh?
It is. And no, you won't see me come back driving truck, because I'm going to buy a rototiller, and I'm going to sit on my porch in my rocker, and I'm going to watch my gardener grow.
There you go.
I have no interest in coming back and driving one of these things. I can be on the phone. Where the heck is my toilet paper? That JIT system just failed us again.
Yep.
Yeah. Surprising. We used talked about that years ago, JIT, and how it's if anything went wrong with it, it's doomed for failure. And now you see you go in stores and there's certain things you can't get because they're having problems. A friend of mine ordered one of them new Ford pickup trucks. It's 3/4 ton that's sitting in the parking lot in Louisville.
Yeah.
And they have no idea when he's going to get a chip for his truck. None at all. So he says it's been built for 3 weeks now.
But they're waiting on the chips.
Waiting on chips.
Wow.
So I guess I also heard that Jeep or whoever builds Jeeps, they're encouraging customers to take less options on their vehicle, so that they don't have to use so many chips, and they give them a discount on it.
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah. So I guess you don't need a fancy rear view mirror that tells you you're going to hit something. Generally, when you hear the crunch, you know you're too close.
You think?
Anyhow, Steve, I wish, anyhow, have a good morning, Steve. I appreciate the time as usual.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. And countdown clock's ticking. Yeah, I mentioned, it says here, a modern car can easily have more than 3,000 chips. But believe it or not, cars account for a tiny share of chip demand. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, TSMC otherwise, is one of the few makers of a variety of chips that are vital to auto manufacturing. In the year 2020, car makers generated 3% of that company's sales, according to a German consulting firm. 3%? TSMC's most important customers are smartphone makers, which accounted for half their sales. Smartphones outnumber cars by a wide margin. In 2019, before the pandemic disrupted global economies, auto factories churned out 93 million vehicles, compared with smartphone production of 1.4 billion units. Overall, the chip shortage and other supply chain snarls curtailed production by 1.3 million vehicles in the first 3 months of the year. The German economics minister, recently appealed to his counterpart in Taiwan, a global center for semiconductor manufacturers, asking in so many words whether the Taiwanese minister couldn't help shake loose a few chips urgently needed by German car makers. The chip shortage has become a serious problem, especially for the auto industry. Now, this crisis has exposed not only how dependent the car industry is on a few suppliers, but how vulnerable it is to disruptions. Supply chain managers literally shuddered last month when an early morning fire knocked out production at a factory owned by Renesas Electronics in Japan, a crucial supplier of chips that are used to monitor brake functioning, control power steering, trigger airbags, and a number of other tasks. Weather also played a role. Storms in Texas temporarily forced the shutdown of 3 semiconductor factories, and Taiwan in the midst of a severe drought. Apparently, chip manufacturing requires large amounts of very pure water. All right, even without the pandemic, the auto industry is in turmoil. In the U.S., sales have been basically flat since the early 2000s. Profit margins are slim. Some big automakers may not survive the shift to electric cars. Now, if I were a chip manufacturer, I'd start investing in a new plant, unless I got free money from the government, according to the University of London. Yeah, but as Snakebite mentioned there, you go back and there are some auto manufacturers that are kind of advising, well, take a vehicle that has less options. Yeah, Porsche warned dealers in the U.S. that customers may have to wait an extra 12 weeks to get their cars. They lack a chip that is used to monitor tire pressure. The French automaker Peugeot has gone so far as to substitute old-fashioned analog speedometers for digital units in some models. Huh. You imagine a brand new car with, you don't have the digital speedometer, you got the old-fashioned, let's see, there you go. So that's some of the numbers. I want you to take fewer options, but they, with everything being electric or digital these days, I mean, they need these chips to calibrate your fuel injection, to run your entertainment, or they call it infotainment systems. Everything that's all built in electronically in the dash now. The chips provide the brains for the cruise control, and on it goes. All righty, with that, we're at 25 past the hour. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. I guess Amazon really needs some workers. Amazon announcing this past day, go ahead and apply for a job. They're not going to test job seekers for marijuana anymore. Wow. The second largest private employer in the U.S. behind Walmart is making a change as more and more states legalize cannabis or introduce laws banning employers for testing for it. Back in March, a New York man sued Amazon, saying the company rescinded his job offer at an Amazon warehouse because he tested positive for marijuana, even though the city banned employers from testing job applicants for cannabis last year. I didn't know that. An employer's not allowed to test you for marijuana use in New York? Amazon said in a blog post, they will still test workers for other drugs and conduct impairment checks on the job. And they said some roles might still require a cannabis test in line with the DOT regulations, right? Amazon also said Tuesday they will support the federal legalization of marijuana by pushing lawmakers to pass the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act of 2021. That's one I'm not familiar with. But no longer testing for marijuana. Wow. A couple minutes before we hit our news break here, jump on board at 844-844-3388. Then more out of the state of Florida. Okay, with this, the changes in the rules for transgenders in the sports world. Yeah, boys or males born as a male who identify as a female participating in various female sports, from weightlifting to wrestling to you name it. I mean, most would naturally say, hey, they've got a biological advantage, right? Well, no longer in Florida, remaining on the cutting edge of conservatism and Title IX protections, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has now ensured girls and women in Florida, they will not have to compete with transgender females who were biologically born male, even in the face of lawsuits or cancel culture calls. He signed into law this past day what is called the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which bans transgender athletes in girls' and women's sports from middle school through college, including intramural competitions. We're going to go based off biology, not based off of ideology when we're doing sports, he says. The bill defines a student's biological sex based on the student's official birth certificate at the time of birth. As part of this bill we're signing today, we're not only making sure women have opportunities for scholarships and competition at the highest level, we're also putting in statute ways to actually vindicate the rights of women athletes who might be discriminated against. All right, in Florida, we're going to do what's right. We'll stand up to corporations that are not going to dictate the policies in this state. We will stand up to groups like the NCAA that think they should be dictating the policies in different states. Not here, not in Florida, not ever, he says. All right, get a news break here. Wide open lines on a Wednesday, hump day. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration has formally ended the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers instituted under the Trump administration. In a memo Tuesday, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas officially ended the policy, which had forced asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while waiting for their cases to be heard. President Biden had ordered a review of the policy on his first day in office, but was widely expected to end the program. And President Biden will meet with West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito on Wednesday as the two sides continue to try to hammer out a compromise on an infrastructure spending bill. Capito said over the weekend that she's hopeful for an agreement on the bill, but the White House says that time is running out for a compromise. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Tuesday that the administration wants to see a clear direction on advancing the bill by next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's a whole lot of high-dollar equipment that went up in smoke. Firefighters in Illinois say more than a dozen semi-trucks were damaged during an overnight fire at a truck facility. Fire started about 10:30 Monday night at KDM Truck Service in Addison, Illinois. Firefighters say the fire began with 2 trucks but spread quickly to other vehicles after tanks containing diesel fuel caught fire. At least 17 semi-trucks damaged in the fire. No injuries reported. Spilled diesel, though, did require a hazmat cleanup and temporarily shut down a nearby roadway. And they say they do not suspect foul play, but they're still investigating the fire. How does that happen in a lot? Okay, so again, the investigation's ongoing. All right, here's what we need to find out. Is there a truck parking issue out there? Well, we don't know the answer to that yet. Let's conduct another study. A study conducted by the Texas A&M Transportation Institute looks to nail down just how tight truck parking in Texas really is, how they might be able to help fix it. You know, I think it's called Build More Parking, but the study focuses on Interstate 45, just 5 miles north of Huntsville, Texas, where Dan Middleton with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute has placed sensors at the entrance and exit of a truck parking lot to determine exactly how many truckers are using this lot. With the information collected, the team hopes to create and eventually implement a system that could alert drivers to full parking lots and notify them of available truck parking spaces. Now, those sort of scenarios are popping up in various states around the country. How do we disseminate that information so that truck drivers know before they get to the site? Is it full, or are there actually some spaces available? In theory, the high-tech system created by the research could be integrated with Texas DOT's Lone Star system, or maybe even with ELDs, helping drivers in Texas and across the country determine when, where, how they can find open truck parking. John Behringer, one driver, said, Texas, always tight, always tight. If you don't have a place to park by 2 p.m, good luck, he says. 2 p.m, is it that bad? All right, with that, we've got, I think I have that in my email over here. It was Landline's latest edition of what they call the parking zone, where on a monthly basis they go through and hold that discussion, updates on what's going on with various truck parking around the country. Starting with issue number 1, near Jacksonville, Florida, a lack of truck parking is a safety issue for all motorists. There's 2 incidents that highlight that fact near Jacksonville. May 18, a motorist was killed after his car struck a box truck parking along an exit to an I-95 rest area. That impact pushed the box truck into a tractor-trailer parked in front of it. Both truckers were asleep at the time, not injured. Within 24 hours of that crash, another vehicle crashed into a parked truck near an I-295 entrance ramp. Consequently, a 7-year-old was injured. Clearly, there's a truck parking problem in the Jacksonville area. While people may be quick to blame the truckers in both of these incidents, it's important to know that no trucker stops on a ramp because they want to. They park there because it's necessary. Now, one man's dead and a child injured in the same area because of a lack of spaces. Blame truckers all you want, but this is going to continue to happen until more spaces are added in problematic areas like Jacksonville. Which brings to mind a conversation, I believe, with Horse Feathers about a week ago. If you're parking on the exit ramp from the interstate, you haven't actually even gone through the rest area or the truck stop or whatever, wherever the location might be, to determine if there's any spaces there or not. I think that's a legitimate question. What else going on? All right, heads up if you're driving on I-66 in Northern Virginia. 2 rest areas will be closed for about 3 weeks, according to the Virginia DOT. Truck parking areas at the Manassas rest area on I-66, 48-mile marker, and the Manassas rest area west at the 48 will be closed for approximately 3 weeks. Closure actually started on, will begin actually next Monday, June the 7th. Truckers may notice that passenger vehicles will be there during that time frame. That's because only truckers, trailers, and other vehicles with more than 2 axles are not allowed to park there. 2-axle vehicles, on the other hand, are just fine. DOT says the truck parking closure is necessary for construction work related to the Transform 66 outside the Beltway project. DOT has another project in the works that will increase truck parking at a rest area. This project would double the number of truck parking spaces at the rest area, mile marker 107, near exit 110 on I-95 in Ladysmith. When the project is completed, it's not for another year. There will be 45 truck parking spaces where there's currently only 20 available. Dayton, Minnesota could be the home of a new Quick Trip gas station and truck stop. If approved by the city, the stop will include 47 truck parking spaces. City leaders expressed concerns about potential crime that can come with truck parking overnight. At least one council member not happy about the idea. This was still in the early phases. It's going to come up for the council again in the near future. In the state of Georgia, Newton County Planning Commission members recently approved a plan for a convenience store and fast food restaurants, but only after putting a stop to a travel center that was initially proposed. This is off I-20 in Newton County. Developers originally proposed a travel center and other businesses on 46 acres in the area, but you had residents and homeowner groups that opposed the plan, which was enough to end the idea. The main area of concern, they said, overnight truck parking. Revised plans that gained city approval included 60 parking spaces for cars and passenger buses, but not trucks. New plans also include gas pumps, but no facilities for truckers. You evil truck drivers. How about that? Similar. How about in the state of Nebraska? A Nebraska town appears to have double standards when it comes to parking spaces for large vehicles. The Kimball City Council rejected a proposal for RV parking, citing trucks as a point of concern. The plan was 44 RV parking spots, including electric, water, sewer hookups. gas and diesel fuel bays, and electric vehicle charging stations. The rezoning proposal was denied, but not because of RVs. Apparently, residents were concerned that truckers may use the area for truck parking. Even after an amendment was passed that banned overnight truck parking, residents still didn't like the idea of them stopping there during the day and filling up their trucks. RV parking appears to have no baggage, whereas truck parking does. The only extra baggage truck parking creates is more bags of money from tax revenue, but I guess small towns don't need that, huh? I mean, story after story where it's the not in my backyard mentality. You know, we want our shelves to be stocked. We want our fuel to be delivered to the fueling station so we can fill our tanks. We don't want you dirty trucks parked in our neighborhood, though. All right, last on the list, we got the big three. They give the update. Love's, Pilot, Travel Centers of America. Of the big three, only Love's opened new locations, which added nearly 300 much-needed truck parking spaces. We'll start in Colorado. Let's see, I-25, exit 49, added 46 spaces. That's the new Love's. Another Love's, let's see, in Etna, Ohio, adding 124 spaces. Exit 118 off of I-70. And last one is in Mosheim, Tennessee. The Love's on Lonesome Pine Trail. Exit 30 off I-81. Again, 109 spaces added there. Latest from the parking zone, as they call it, from our friends at Landline and OOIDA. All right, with that, quiet on the phones this morning. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, inbred redneck.
Well, buddy, how you doing this morning?
Hanging with him. How was your Memorial Day weekend? Did you get to fire up the grill?
Oh, no, buddy. I was out here truck driving and doing the whole deal. Woke up there on Sunday morning up there in Belleville, Ohio. You know, up there off of 71. Daggone, it was 35 degrees up there, buddy.
Yep.
I thought a frost was going to come. But, buddy, I tell you what, I have analyzed America, buddy, and I believe I figured out the real problem with America. It ain't shortages. It ain't nothing else, Steve. It's all about the mindset, buddy. Think about it this way. We're all playing a big game of imagination station, as I like to call it.
Imagination station.
Yeah, buddy. It's, let's pretend there's not a problem here. Let's pretend that a man can be a woman. Let's pretend that there is no problem with the government budget. Let's pretend that half of the American population ain't on psychotropic drugs, Steve. I mean, all you got to do is turn on your TV. They got a pill for everything. Shingles, nervous bowels, the whole deal. You know, all the way from zoom crazy pills, you know.
Mm-hmm.
This is a problem, but they have talked America into pretending that nothing is relevant. Nothing matters. Oh, just take your happy pill. You'll be all right. Let's pretend Big Ed wasn't trying to pick up a woman from the nursing home, which at least Ed was honest. He told us. Going back to the poor old feller, I feel for him. But, you know what, buddy? The way I look at it, it's better to be picking them up from the nursing home than it is the graveyard. I can respect that. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But that's the problem. everything's mental, Steve. You know that, just like I do. If you want to succeed in life, you got to get the right mindset, you know, and do what you got to do. But everybody is pretending that this or that is okay when they know deep down inside it ain't. And the way I'm looking at the country, Steve, there's about 49% of us that are realists, and the other 51% are out there in la-la land.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, you know, they can't even find people to work at McDonald's right now. Buddy, I did get a frantic phone call today from Hogsville. And she's worried about this chip shortage, buddy. And I had to explain it to her, you know, that was the wrong kind of chip. She was so hysterical, Steve. She was out buying potatoes in a deep fryer just to make her own potato chips. But
she thought they didn't have any chips at the store, huh?
Yeah, she was asking about Doritos and what's that other one? Lay's. No, Hogsville. Baby, it's computer chips. Then she calmed down. I don't think she's ever ate a computer chip yet. Can you imagine what that would do to the digestive tract?
Yeah, right.
Even poor Hogsville would have a hard time with that. But, yeah, the world has lost its mind. And all the good thing that I have seen that has happened, Steve, is they're finally decriminalizing marijuana. Now, other people may feel different, but I really see no big deal with it. To me, it's no different than alcohol, cigarettes, you know. Just think how many lives those take every day.
Yeah.
Every year. So, you know, there can be worse things in the world than smoking a funky cigarette and getting the munchies and sitting on the couch and staring at the wall or the TV or whatever. But they're already doing that. The only thing they ever changed, buddy, was they just changed the drug dealer. You know, used to, you dealing with some shady feller down on the street corner or whatever. Now you just go to the doctor. I don't feel right. I've got problems in the bedroom. Give me a pill for that. You know, and everything else. They got all these pills to solve everything. But if you think about it, they don't have the pills to solve the real problems. Cancer, heart attack, all this other stuff. Now, they'll put you on that cholesterol medicine. And, but you know the little secret about that, Steve?
What's
they
that?
take you off of it, there's a chance you'll have a heart attack. So, what's worse? You're going to have a heart attack anyway. This is a lunacy that's going on, buddy. But the thing it gets me, Steve, I was told a long time ago, I used to haul down into Doraville, Georgia, old funky Doraville, Georgia.
Yeah.
Down there at Chevy plant. And they was getting ready to shut it down, you know, when they sort of ended the Oldsmobile and all that, you know. And one of the bigwigs down there told me that Chevy and Ford, and pretty much Dodge was set up this way too, the big three of America, that when you buy an American-made car, about 50% of it was actually going to the retirement fund for the UAW, and the other 50% is for the car itself. Now, ain't that something?
Wow.
I'm telling you, we've been playing pretend too long. Let's pretend these products, even though they're getting worse, buddy, they're better than the older ones. Let's pretend that. In the old days, what was it? Every red-blooded male out there could go out there and tune a daggone carburetor. All it took was a daggone screwdriver, a little bit of carb cleaner, You have everything run like a top. It's brand new, And even though our hot shot buddy there, I bet you he would tell you. Just to ask him, the difference between fuel injection and carburation. And, really the only difference is that the fuel injection handles the altitude changes. You got thinner oxygen up higher, thicker oxygen in the atmosphere down low,
Mm-hmm.
And you're going up and down mountains, and that's basically what the fuel injection does. It adjusts all that for you. And, to do that on a carburetor, you'd have to take the jets out. But, daggone, looking at it the way it is right now, they ain't putting out nothing because they got everything run on a computer chip.
Mm-hmm.
So why not go back to the daggone old carburetor, Yeah, we can engineer everything all to pieces, and that's what you end up with, a big bunch of pieces. Anybody that's ever owned a Mercedes-Benz will tell you it's over-engineered and it's a big piece of crap, So, they can put all the bells and whistles and pretend it's just the greatest thing ever, but at the end of the day, buddy, the metal ain't as good as what it used to be on it.
Right.
Half of it's plastic. I don't even think you can buy a pickup truck nowadays that actually has a frame under it. I think they've all gone to unibody, and unibody's been around since the 60s, but it doesn't mean it's still great. When I buy a pickup truck, I'm not buying it to go to the grocery store. I'm buying it to haul some gravel, go to Lowe's, get some cement blocks or the Home Depot, and get some other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Make
buddy?
it a working truck, yeah.
Yeah. If your night out on the town includes driving your 25-foot long pickup truck with 4 doors, with 6 people crammed into it, if that's your night of luxury, I feel sorry for you. As for me, I'll just get in my daggone Lincoln Continental and go. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Absolutely, yeah.
This is crazy. That's why I'm telling you, buddy. It's all pretend world. Let's pretend everything's okay. Let's pretend the butt ugly stuff from years ago is the great stuff now. It's almost enough to make you want to give up on this. And I see a lot of people giving up on it, Steve. Just like these new trucks, buddy. I don't know if anybody's been looking at these new 18-wheelers coming out. Every one of them's got the daggone black box on the windshield. It's going to do the automatic braking whenever cars get in the way and everything else. If you dare to buy one of these trucks, got all these sensors in here. It's just a bunch of junk, buddy. Oh, what happens when one of these trucks, and you're out there cruising around on some snow in the middle of the winter time, and somebody pulls out in front of you, which is not an uncommon thing.
Right.
When you're dealing with a bunch of idiots, what happens when this truck decides, oh, you're a little bit too close to that car, let's slam on the brakes? And guess who's going to take the fall? It's going to be the driver. It ain't going to be nobody but the driver. It don't matter how many devices they put on there, or if you have an equipment failure, you better have the biggest expert in the world come in there, and most of the time, the daggone jury or the court ain't gonna believe what they got to say anyway. They're just gonna pin it on us. Just a welcome to the world, fellow truck drivers. You are the crash test dummies. You are the fall guys for these big corporations. If you own your own, you know what you're up against. You're the fall guy, the whole kit and caboodle, buddy. But at least if you own your own, make your own decision. I think it's going to be a great revolt. Some of this stuff. Going to have to happen sooner or later, buddy.
Well, Freddie, the freeloader, said y'all need to take a week off. They've been talking about that for how many years, though? Just won't get the participation. All right, we got to get a news update here. And what else? Got a couple hours yet to fill here. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. Are you ready to sit down and have dinner at a Tesla restaurant? That may be the future. Tesla filed a new trademark for their brand under restaurant services. More on that story coming up here as we roll on into the early hours of a Wednesday, hump day as we like to call it, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration has formally ended the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers instituted under the Trump administration. In a memo Tuesday, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas officially ended the policy, which had forced asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while waiting for their cases to be heard. President Biden had ordered a review of the policy on his first day in office, but was widely expected to end the program. And President Biden will meet with West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito on Wednesday as the two sides continue to try to hammer out a compromise on an infrastructure spending bill. Capito said over the weekend that she's hopeful for an agreement on the bill, but the White House says that time is running out for a compromise. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Tuesday that the administration wants to see a clear direction on advancing the bill by next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
Drug maker Moderna has started the process to gain full approval from the Food and Drug Administration for its 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine. The company announced Tuesday that it had begun submitting data from several studies on its shot. Moderna's vaccine has been administered in the U.S. under an emergency use authorization from the FDA, with more than 124 million doses having been given out so far. A recent survey from the Kaiser Family Foundation showed that more than a third of unvaccinated adults say that full FDA approval would convince them to get the shot. Dr. Payal Patel says that makes sense. The infectious disease physician at the University of Michigan Medical School tells CBS News that it's important to address everyone's reasons for being hesitant to get the vaccine.
Yeah, if you think about the people in your own family or in your own circle, I know certainly some of my patients, everyone has different reasons about why they might not be sure that they're ready for the vaccine. There's some early adopters who are ready from the get-go. There's some people who are waiting for the evidence. And so I think it does make sense that there's some people that might be waiting for FDA approval.
This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Ed
Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you say help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A conservative group is suing Major League Baseball over their decision to move this year's All-Star Game from Atlanta to Denver. Tim Berg has more.
Major League Baseball's decision to pull the 2021 All-Star Game out of Atlanta at first faced major backlash. Now it's facing a lawsuit. The Job Creators Network has filed a $100 million lawsuit in federal court in New York. Part of the suit demands a game return to Cobb County, Georgia. Alfredo Ortiz is the executive director of the Job Creators Network.
Frankly, didn't want to end up in court, but we're going to do this because it's the right thing to do, and we are here to right a very, very bad wrong.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the National Institutes of Health says it's begun a new study on COVID vaccines, testing whether someone who's been fully vaccinated can receive a booster shot of a different kind of vaccine. The NIH says it started an early clinical trial to see if the 3 currently approved vaccines can be mixed and matched for the purpose of an additional or booster shot down the line. The study will involve 150 volunteers who have been fully vaccinated, who will receive a booster shot of a different kind than they originally were administered. Dr. Anthony Fauci, head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, has previously raised the possibility of the necessity of a booster shot as the coronavirus develops new variants. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Dial that number. Again, quite quiet on the phones. Very quiet night. Who else checking in here? I mentioned Rick with us earlier. He was asking a question. Cat food, dog food. Still having difficulties getting supplies in. There's barely anything on the shelves here in Columbus. JS says, well, it's a shortage created on paper so Wall Street can leverage their position to make a few bucks off the public. It's a way of the world these days. Greed. All right, Mark checking in. Morning, Steve. 59 and cloudy in Brownstown, Illinois. Billy checking in. Morning, Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive, folks. 62 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. And Charlie checking in. Morning, Steve. Have a great day, buddy. Keep on trucking. Haven't heard from you in a while, Charlie. You got to check in here now and then, right? It's all right. 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Philip?
Hey, Steve. It's 75 degrees in Sanford, Florida right now where I'm at.
Not bad.
Here on I-4. Not bad at all. So, hey, Steve, you were talking about them Falcon rockets yesterday. The one to watch out for, and I believe it's going to make an appearance this year, look for a Falcon Heavy. If you see any of those, I mean, most of them, they'll be a Falcon 9 block rocket. That's the regular one, but the one to look out for is the Falcon Heavy. If they bring that one back out, you got to watch that launch. That's a good one.
Really?
You know the Falcon Heavy is? You know what the Falcon Heavy is, Steve?
I do not.
That is the one that they use to launch the Tesla up into space with. And they use it on the heavy lifts. It's actually 3 of them rockets together. And when they separate it, 2 of them come back to the Cape and land simultaneously at the Cape, and then the other one lands on the drone ship out in the ocean. So if you get a chance to see that one, it's a really good one. They're pretty bad. You were talking about that ULA one, that Atlas 5 with the 5 solid rocket boosters yesterday.
Yep.
That said it was going to put out an amazing one. The Falcon Heavy is almost as comparable to that one.
Okay.
That one there has a little bit more lift power than the Falcon Heavy does, but yeah, it's pretty good stuff. And you know that new SLS rocket, that's the same thing as like the space shuttle, except instead of having the tank in the middle and the shuttle on it, that tank in the middle now is a rocket. So that SLS is going to be interesting, but I don't know if it's going to happen all the way through. We'll see how it goes because the funding with the government, because that one there is funded by the government. It's not privately funded like Musk. So, but anyway, everything's going all right. How's it going up in Cincinnati right now?
A little light rain, not a bad night, like 63, kind of a chilly rain.
Oh, yeah, it's chilly right now. I heard one of previous callers talking about carburation and fuel injection. Fuel injection is great. The only problem with fuel injection is like he said, that it's mechanical or it's electrical controlled or computer controlled. I think our biggest problem is we went away from too much mechanical stuff. We need to get back to mechanical control as far as what's going on. I mean, we talking about the chip shortage here and all that other stuff. I know when I drove a truck, I drove truck a long time ago when everything was controlled mechanically, and that was great. I have a problem here and there with runaways with that kind of stuff with the fuel pumps, but there's too much electronic stuff in the trucks and in cars nowadays, in my opinion. I mean, you lose your alternator on your truck and you're done. Same way with your regular car now. So I think they need to get back to some more mechanical applications on fuel pumps and different things, because you hope your gas pedal don't go out on your car. You have to go buy the sensors for it because it's ridiculous how much you're going to pay for them. So how's that Subaru working out?
Yeah, it's nice.
Cool. Which model did you get?
Hell, I don't even know.
Did you get rid of the Cadillac? Did you trade it in?
No, I did. My mom asked me the same question. I said, I would have probably been lucky to get $1,000 for it, so I'm going to put the new radiator in it. I've already got that ordered, and I'll just keep it as a beater. Maybe cut down on the miles we have to put on the other.
What model Cadillac is it?
That is the 2002 Seville. It had all the bells and the whistles, though. It's got the V8 North Star engine and like the touring model, whatever.
Oh, okay. It's got that North Star engine in it.
Correct.
Have you ever had to replace a starter? In it?
Not the starter. I've had to replace a lot of things in it, though. That North Star engine, man, it's just, one problem after another.
Yeah, if that North Star engine, the starter is in the middle of the motor. It's crazy. If you got to replace a starter in that car, you basically got to take the top of the motor off of it.
Wow.
To get to it. Yeah, it's crazy. That North Star had lots of issues. They're a cool engine, don't get me wrong. They had a lot of power and stuff. But
it was designed as a racing engine, if I understood correctly. That's what it was initially designed as.
Yeah, the CTS has a version of that North Star in it that's unbelievable. The new CTSs is unbelievable. I've been out on the drag strip, seen CTSs out there, and guys run them big time. But that North Star engine, my brother-in-law helped his neighbor change out his starter And it took them half a damn day to change the starter out in that car, and they tore everything off the top of the motor to get to it. It was crazy. I mean, you know, back in the day, you just get under the car, the starter was right there, you know, you right by the frame, right by close, you could get it and go. But with that one, it was like everything had to come off the top. It was nasty. So the Seville, man, that's old school. Yeah, I had a couple Cadillacs back in the day. I talked to Moose, and Moose, man, he likes them Cadillacs. He likes them old Cadillacs, which are really good. That's a big metal. So, Well, that's all I got to say today, bud. You have a good one, Steve. Thank you.
All right, you do the same. Have a good day there in the Florida. Hey, another on the space front. SpaceX is underway building their first floating spaceport platform. And the plan is for it to start hosting launches as early as next year, they're saying. Elon Musk shared those details on the progress of the build for Deimos, one of the 2 converted oil rigs that they purchased earlier this year so they could transform them into floating launch and landing sites for the upcoming Starship reusable rocket. They purchased 2 rigs at the beginning of the year, 2 floating spaceports named after the moons of Mars, Deimos and Phobos. They'll act as offshore staging grounds for launch activities, and the name's appropriate because the eventual plan is to have Starship provide transport for both people and goods to and from the Red Planet. I mean, they've got ambitious plans, no doubt about it. Musk and SpaceX have shared their vision for a future in which spaceports like Deimos are positioned within convenient reach of major hubs around the world, making it possible for SpaceX to operate a globe-spanning network of hypersonic point-to-point travel, using starships ferrying people from destinations as far-flung as Beijing to New York in around 30 minutes. Before that, however, SpaceX will be looking to conduct orbital flight testing of the still in development Starship and the accompanying booster, the Super Heavy. Now, earlier this year, Musk said he could begin flying rockets from their offshore platforms as early as the end of this year, so the new timeline indicates that rosy estimate's been pushed, which is pretty status quo. That's standard for Elon Musk. The company's recently made good progress on the Starship program with a successful high-altitude launch and landing test at their Texas development site. Yeah, they're now in the process of getting ready for their first orbital flight test, which will include flying Starship atop Super Heavy for the first time, and a recovery of the Starship following the test after it splashes down off the coast of Hawaii. They're now doing longer Fire Raptor engine ground tests to get ready for that, what they're saying is the next big milestone for SpaceX. Interesting stuff. Good morning, Eskimo Mom.
Good morning, Steve. That's some of that stuff that SpaceX is doing is really ambitious.
Yes.
But with Philip was mentioning about the cars, my husband just spent $106 at our local GM dealership earlier today just to have them find out that there was a loose cable off the fuse box. So yeah, cars and trucks have gotten way too complicated. But what I was going to talk about was before the top of the hour, is it Inbred Redneck? Whoever that was, they were mentioning about some of the issues that we're having today. One of it is that we have forgotten what delayed gratification is. We have to have everything right here, right now, and we cannot wait for it.
Yeah. I want instant delivery. I mean, an instant gratification. I want to order it now and have it later today, not tomorrow.
Yes. And we have, and a lot of us have forgotten what about the saying about wine and cheese. They get better with age. Sometimes you got to wait for some of that stuff for it to get and maybe get something better.
Sure.
And I was also going to mention about all the sensors in the truck, about what the automatic braking and things like that. In colder weather, it is supposed to. The sensors are supposed to see it as 32 degrees, and once you get below that, it's not supposed to kick on as hard as what it does. When if it slams on the brakes on those automatic braking sensors, that means your bumper's out of alignment, and you need to get that thing into the shop and have them readjust it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been dealing with the automatic cruise and the automatic braking and things like that for a good chunk of my trucking career, and it has gotten better, but yeah, there is sometimes it's just a pain in the neck. All this new technology that's safety related, the pain in the neck.
Right.
But that's all my baloney for today.
You're rolling down in Kentucky, I presume.
Yes, sir. I'm actually over in Indiana right now. I'm about 24 miles from delivery.
Well, thanks for checking in, Eskimo Mom. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. Let me see here. Got an email. Who was that from? Somebody asking about, James said someone was telling me that the Kenworth plant in Chillicothe, Ohio, is staging unfinished trucks at the Ross County Fairgrounds. Now they say they're short on chips, but not only chips, but in some parts, like windshields and things like that. Have you seen anything on a parts shortage like that? Honestly, I had not to date. I did pull up a story I did a quick search from about a month ago from Heavy Duty Trucking, which did say parts shortages are beginning to affect fleet maintenance and repair activities, while a large portion of fleets are reporting delays in new truck deliveries due to shortages of parts and raw materials. So I guess it is. From semiconductors to tires and even lumber for trailer floors. Parts production is under pressure from stockpiling, rising prices, and delayed deliveries. 3/4 of the fleets that were attending the Fleet Talk session at the opening of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council annual meeting indicated that they are experiencing delays in new truck deliveries due to parts shortages. TMC executive Robert Braswell said 75% of their respondents indicated they're having problems taking delivery of new vehicles because of parts shortage. It's not anecdotal evidence. There is some empirical evidence right now. Now, they said they had surveyed general members and found that more than 43% said the parts shortage was impacting maintenance and repair. More than half said downtime-related delays are stretching more than 2 weeks because of parts shortages. Remarking on one recent visit to an OEM manufacturing plant, the maintenance director of South Shore Transportation out of Sandusky saw trucks parked all over the place waiting on parts. I was lucky to get 7 trucks out of the 20 I had on order. The OEM could not offer any timeline when they'd be able to get the parts. It's terrible, he said. So the whole semiconductor thing has been very well reported in the news. But the problem is now even filtering down to the controllers for electric windows. I'm working with a fleet that has brand spanking new tractors because of parts. The electric windows won't go up and down. We waited a lifetime trying to get electric windows. Now we don't have the parts to make them work. And he said, that's really just the tip of the iceberg. Rubber supplies are getting tight now. Anything that uses rubber and rubber components are going to be in short supply. It's kind of becoming a perfect storm. A rubber shortage, just one more thing we're going to be facing in the coming weeks here. All right, acknowledging that the parts shortages could wreak havoc on preventive maintenance schedules and repairs, the panelists agreed it's time to get creative in the shop. Tomlinson of South Shore Transportation said he's actually taken to cannibalized old or wrecked trucks that he still has on his property. He said they might have to kind of re-examine things like filter change intervals. This could force fleet managers to look at things and maybe change some of their styles of performing maintenance. Maybe if there's a filter shortage, maybe we will have to get a bit aggressive on the mileage or try to keep the tires on the trucks a bit longer than we're used to. Yeah, well, one attendee said his company started about a year ago looking at the idea of pre-buying parts that could affect downtime. They pre-bought based on usage, pre-stocking items like turbo actuators, water pumps, ATR components, and sensors. Because of that strategy, the fleet manager said they haven't experienced any unnecessary downtime issues. Stewart agreed. They said, fleets should probably be stepping up their stocking levels on certain items. It's not only the truck being out of service, but it's the technicians whose time is now worth more than $1 a minute are waiting around on a job while the parts are tied up. Yeah, that's true. What's the average technician price? $70 an hour, something like that? Of course, right behind the shortage, you're paying more for everything. We've seen double-digit increases in tire prices. Are other rubber-based parts next, like airbags, O-rings, and those sort of things? Okay, crazy stuff. With that, we got wide open lines here at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? We'll come back following our news break here, bottom of the hour. And it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden was in Tulsa, Oklahoma Tuesday afternoon to pay tribute to the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre on the 100th anniversary of the event, becoming the first president to visit Greenwood, the neighborhood where it took place. During his visit, he met with the 3 known remaining survivors of the massacre and toured the Greenwood Cultural Center.
100 years ago, at this hour, on this first day of June, smoke darkened the Tulsa sky, rising from 35 blocks of Greenwood. In less than 24 hours, 1,100 black homes and businesses were lost.
On May 31st and June 1st, 1921, a white mob attacked the Greenwood neighborhood, known as the Black Wall Street. Hundreds of homes and businesses were destroyed, and at least 300 people were killed. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules rules can stop the pain and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Where'd we leave off? A little bit of our traveler's weather here on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, I get light rain outside the Hot Shot secret bunker this morning. I'll refresh on the radar here. Taking a look at, you had a chilly weekend over the weekend in the Northeast. It felt more like March rather than the unofficial start of summer with the Memorial Day weekend. A return to that warmer weather is on the horizon. But some of that rain we're dealing with here, that's headed your way. More rain is going to be on the horizon. The break is going to be short-lived. We actually saw some of the coldest late May weather on record. You had to turn on the heat. Who was it that was up there, Colton and his dad, camping? It was 30 degrees out. How do you stay warm? I guess they must have had some of those good thermal sleeping bags, right? The mummy bags. Yeah, Mount Pocono, PA, you were only in the 40s. The high Saturday was 43 degrees. I mean, those are some record low, high temperatures. It was chilly in Philadelphia. It was chilly in New York City. All right, so we're rolling into midweek here, hump day, high pressure over the central Atlantic. That's going to be the dominating feature for the Appalachians and the Atlantic seaboard. That's going to create more of a southerly flow. You'll begin to see some warmer air replace that chilly northeasterly breeze that you dealt with over the Memorial Day weekend. All right, temperatures rebound. You'll be 20 to 30 degrees warmer. Yeah, within a few degrees of normal. Highs in the lower 70s on Memorial Day. That's 20 degrees higher than levels experienced over the weekend. Philadelphia should be peaking out within a few degrees of 80 for the rest of the week here. Actually, you've transitioned to a little bit above normal. Now, the caveat will be you're going to deal with a little bit of rain in the mix there as well. You'll have high pressure over the Atlantic. That's going to kind of get squeezed. The combination of a storm system and a southward dip in the jet stream over the central states, as that slowly dips eastward, you'll see some moisture streaming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Higher humidity levels, it will bring with it some showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder. Okay, the pattern for the middle and latter portion of this week, it's not going to be an all-day rain kind of thing. Just you may get a brief downpour, a couple of rumbles of thunder. It may rain for a few hours, but then you may even then see a few peaks of sunshine. All right, what else we got here? Best bet for outdoor projects where you need the dry weather. You're going to need to cut the grass, do some painting, paving operations. Probably today, through the day, today's going to be your last day rather than Thursday, Friday. Most of the outdoor activities are probably going to have to move indoors for the latter portions of the week. All right? Yeah, embedded within some of these upcoming showers and thunderstorms, maybe a few pockets of severe weather. We'll have to watch for that, as the air is going to be much warmer and more humid compared to what we saw over the weekend there. All right, again, very quiet morning on the phones. I know you're out there. You can dial us up. Open lines at 844-844-3388. Wouldn't be another morning without some discussion about COVID. Hearing in the news updates that Moderna has now officially put in the paperwork to get the formal approval for their vaccine, the mRNA vaccine versus the emergency use that they're being allowed to use right now. I don't know the time frame, how long it would take possibly for the FDA to grant formal approval. Yeah, many are saying if the FDA would grant that formal approval, a lot of the people that are being hesitant right now, vaccine hesitancy, might be willing to go ahead and roll up their sleeve, take the shot. There's been some I find it very interesting discussions, as you wouldn't anticipate the case being COVID cases rising in nearly every country that launched a mass vaccination campaign. Why? Why would that be happening? I mean, the idea, the mass vaccination is supposed to reduce the threat. But in the short term, it appears to make it worse. Why? And why is COVID now surging in 4 of the 5 most vaccinated countries? That's the quote. Countries with the highest vaccination rates, including 4 of the top 5, are fighting to contain outbreaks that are, on a per capita basis, higher than the surge devastating India. This has experts questioning maybe the efficacy of some of these different vaccines and the wisdom of easing restrictions, even with the most population vaccinated. Worse than India? How could that be? And why have 8 fully vaccinated members of the New York Yankees tested positive for COVID? Had you caught that? Yankees shortstop Gleyber Torres tested positive despite being fully vaccinated and having previously contracted the COVID during the offseason. So he's had it, been vaccinated, and now positive again. He's among 8 what they're calling breakthrough positives among the Yankees. That's the term they use when you test positive after being fully vaccinated. It's a breakthrough case. And if that's not confusing enough, check out what's going on in Cambodia. They started their vaccination campaign in early February after having compiled 0 fatalities. That is correct. The country had no deaths until March of this year, a few weeks after they started the vaccination program. And that's when the deaths started piling up. You know, they've got some charts. I can't show you the charts on the radio, but so how do you figure this out? There were 0 fatalities before launching the vaccination campaign. Soon after the injections began, the fatalities started to mount. Could there be a connection, is the question. Could the deaths be linked to the vaccines, possibly? This doctor says he believes they are, and that's why the media is trying to sweep this story under the rug. It doesn't fit the official narrative about the vaccines. So they decided to vanish the story altogether. Poof, it's gone. And it's even worse than a cover-up because shortly after Biden took office, you may recall the Centers for Disease Control changed their testing methodology, making it more difficult to test positive. In other words, they kind of rigged the system so it would look like fewer fully vaccinated people had contracted COVID after taking the shot. Very interesting. It's all a big shell game, he says. They're gaming the system, make it look like the vaccines are stopping infection when the actual evidence proves otherwise. And notice the deliberately misleading moniker that the media invented for the people who get COVID after being vaccinated. They call them breakthrough cases. Breakthrough? If cases surge in nearly every country that launches a mass vaccination campaign, then there's nothing breakthrough about it. It's a predictable result. There's another write-up. COVID rates post-vaccination around the world. Governments assume if you vaccinate lots of people, the problem goes away. But the questioners out there don't necessarily assume that, especially after reading the Food and Drug Administration briefing, the document for the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Many of us had questions after reading that. On page 42, it states, suspected COVID-19 cases that occurred within 7 days after a vaccination were 409 in the vaccination group versus 287 in the placebo group. Is it possible that the imbalance in suspected cases occurring in the 7 days post-vaccination represents vaccine reactogenicity, symptoms that overlap those of COVID? All right, FDA knew vaccinated people were actually supposedly more likely to contract it. Did he actually say that? Yes, the FDA knew vaccinated people were more likely to contract COVID than those in the placebo group, but they approved the vaccines anyway. Is it negligence or just plain old stupidity? He's got the data, the documents, the charts to bear out all the things that he's stating here, but do we have any reason to doubt the vaccine makers' reassurances? Again, I'll just point out, which I have on a number of occasions, all the vaccine makers say that the vaccine is not really a vaccine. It does not prevent you from coming down with the virus. It is supposed to lessen the symptoms if you do contract the virus. It doesn't necessarily do anything to reduce the likelihood of you actually contracting it. You're just supposedly much less likely to find yourself in a hospital setting or in critical condition on a ventilator and those sort of things if you've had the vaccine. So, all right, let me get back. Got a few callers dialing us up here. Oh, would that be Big Daddy?
Hey, what do you know, Steve? This is Dale from Jacksonville. Yes, Big Daddy.
Oh, yeah, Dale. I mean, I see you. I know you chime in every morning, but you don't call often.
Yeah, I know, and I got plenty of time to do it. But anyway, a couple of things. My neighbor, if I called his name, you know exactly who he is, Johnny Van Zant of Leonard Skinnerd, got his vaccine the same time I did. 2 weeks, and that was April of this year. We got our second. We were done. We're good. 2 weeks later, he got the COVID. Gave it to his wife, who also had been vaccinated, but his brother Donnie lives next door, and Donnie and his wife did not have the vaccine. Unbeknownst to Johnny that he had it, he went to see his brother Donnie, and he ended up with it. Now, Donnie and his wife were severely sickened with the COVID for about 2 weeks. They didn't go to the hospital, but they were in a bad way with it, really bad. Now, Johnny and his wife had symptoms pretty bad, but not much more than a real bad flu. So that was the difference of one being vaccinated and the other couple not being vaccinated. Now, all four of them are testing negative. In fact, Skinner's getting ready to go on tour here in about 2 weeks. And so, yeah, but that's, I told him, I said, man, maybe we wasted our time getting vaccinated. He goes, I don't know. He goes, Donnie got it so bad. He goes, I really didn't think he'd make it. Of course, he's had other health issues with his heart and a mini stroke. But, he said, man, I really didn't think he'd pull through.
So the vaccinated couple had lesser symptoms than the unvaccinated. Is that the way? Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Johnny Van Zant, his was real, like him and his wife was more like a heavy flu, a lot of tiredness, very tired, washed out feelings. The other, Donnie and his wife, they just kind of had, they were wiped out because, one step away from actually going to the hospital, but
Wow.
they managed to stay home and quarantine themselves out of it. Now, as for truck parking in Jacksonville, it's funny you brought those two cases up because I was going to call you when those two incidents happened with the rear end and the fatality with one and the 7-year-old boy in critical condition, because I remembered about 150 years ago when you were on Brand X, you were talking about this one night and encouraging drivers to always remember when you pull off the exit ramp, pull through and get on the entrance ramp and park there because it was safe for people coming off the exit ramp, probably still doing 55, 60 mile an hour when they may possibly rear end you. Obviously, when they're coming on the ramp, they don't have that speed yet. They may be 30 at the tops, They haven't.
Yep.
And I remember you being very proactive about, get on the on ramp, not the off ramp, That way, if they do hit you, it's less chance it's going to be a 60 mile an hour car hitting you versus a 30 mile an hour car hitting you.
Bingo.
Less, yeah. But in the Jacksonville area, my wife has been, I was a 30-year driver. She's been in the office for over 21 years for one of the major carriers. And she and another friend of ours are actively looking for land here in Jacksonville to put a truck only in. And I'll throw this out to the drivers what they think about this idea, because she is very excited about doing this. Finding land's been a real pain in the butt, but she's looking to buy land. We're going to concrete it. We're going to fence it. We're going to secure it, but we're only going to have showers and parking, no fueling, just showers and parking. And we've already contacted a couple of friends that have food trucks. Allow them to, rent some space from us, put out their food trucks. If they want to be there at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, let them set their hours, so the drivers have something that they could, purchase food from, hot meal, if you will. But that's just it. Parking and showers, $7 for parking, $7 for the shower. It'll be a fenced-in, enclosed, guarded facility. Now, our hardest problem we've had is finding enough acreage, because we're looking at wanting to do, 50 to 75 slots for trucks. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the land we've looked at were older truck stops, but the problem with that is on the initial end, we got to go in and tear out all the old tanks and all that crap for EPA, and that doesn't make it very feasible. We're trying to get something obviously on 295 where you just get off the exit and be right there at it, just like the truck stops do. Obviously that land's not cheap. So the land we're looking for now are close to power units. If you buy land close to where they got a power substation, usually you can get that land pretty cheap because nobody wants to live by it. But nobody be living there except for, 10 or 12 hours. It would be, over $7 a day, 24-hour period for the park, $7 if you'd like to take a shower.
Yeah.
So I'd like to throw it out there, see what the drivers think. My wife is very actively looking for her and another friend of hers. They're both hard looking for land that we can purchase, and obviously we want to make a profit at it, and obviously we don't want a whole lot of money going in on the front end, but we do want we've been in this business 20 years for her, 30 years for mine. We know kind of what the drivers want. But we don't want to fool with fuel because that's just a big pain in the butt with the EPA. We just want to supply parking because we know that's a big, big headache right now. But also give the drivers a place where they can go and grab a shower, have a couple opportunities for some food, hot food if they want. One guy has a Mexican truck, one guy has a basic, anything you want off, from burgers to steaks or whatever. And these food trucks are not just rattle traps. I mean, these guys got a reputation in the Jacksonville area for not only having clean and good clean food and good clean, your stuff's not coming out nasty, if you will. But it is something we're looking at. So if some of the drivers like chime in, see what they think about that. If that price point's good, we don't want to break nobody. We know that the pilots and all of them are charging a lot more than that for showers and parking nowadays. We want to make it affordable, but we also need to make a little money so we can have help to keep the showers clean, have help monitoring the gate. So when we let people in and out, there won't be people coming in and out, with cars driving through hustling drivers. I mean,
Right.
we're talking chain link fenced around with razor wire at the top. So if a driver's there, he's there to rest and not have to worry about somebody banging on his door, trying to hustle him or rip him off walking to the shower or whatever. So that's kind of on our plan. It's on our radar right now. It's the biggest thing is just finding the land and finding it reasonable.
Okay.
Which, you know, because obviously we don't feel like we can asphalt a lot. We feel like we need to concrete it only because we know occasionally a driver has to drop a trailer and swap with another driver, do a relay or drop a trailer and maybe run to town to pick up a prescription or something like that, come back and get his trailer. So if it's sitting on asphalt, we realize that it's going to be sitting, when he gets back, it's going to be sitting on its nose, especially here in Florida. We're built on a swamp.
Yep.
And you just cover a swamp with asphalt, don't work too well.
Yeah, and the asphalt
heat.
gets hot, and yeah, I've seen that even here. There was a Walmart parking lot where someone had dropped a trailer, and I guess they didn't put any boards down underneath the feet, and it went straight through the parking lot.
And we've had others say, well, why don't you just put a concrete strip down? They can just drop the dollies on the concrete strip. Well, that works and that don't work because somebody backs up too far, not far enough, and they're like, screw it, I'm not going to worry about it. Dolly down, and then they're sunken, and you got somebody pissed. It's just a big headache. You just be ready to do it right the first time. But that's kind of our solution or our ideas, and like I said, I told her I thought the price point was pretty good. She wants to call it the Lucky $7 for a shower, $7 to park, and you have some food. We just don't want to fool the convenience store, and we don't want to fool with fuel, obviously, because the EPA and all that mess is just aggravating because they change the rules, and then you got to upgrade. That's just an ongoing expense you don't need.
Well, Dale, I appreciate you checking in there from Florida this morning. Sounds like a good idea. It doesn't sound too, it's not outrageously expensive. $7 to park, not half bad, right? It does cost money to pay. You got to pay someone to clean the showers and whatnot, monitor the lot. All right, as we head toward top of the hour, news update. Oh, Lone Ranger. Yeah, I made a post this past day. I guess he shared this one. Well, we're all familiar with the serenity prayer, right? Yeah, God grant me the serenity. This is kind of a twist on that. Grant me the serenity to accept the people I cannot change, the courage to change direction when I see them coming, and the wisdom to not try and smack some sense into them when I can't avoid them. That's pretty good, Lone Ranger. All right, we'll get back with your calls just ahead. Got the Ghost Rider, Jolly Green Giant, Lester's on the line. And, of course, we've got a full hour yet to fill. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden was in Tulsa, Oklahoma Tuesday afternoon to pay tribute to the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre on the 100th anniversary of the event, becoming the first president to visit Greenwood, the neighborhood where it took place. During his visit, he met with the 3 known remaining survivors of the massacre and toured the Greenwood Cultural Center.
100 years ago, at this hour, on this first day of June, smoke darkened the Tulsa sky, rising from 35 blocks of Greenwood in less than 24 hours. 1,100 black homes and businesses were lost.
On May 31st and June 1st, 1921, a white mob attacked the Greenwood neighborhood, known as the Black Wall Street. Hundreds of homes and businesses were destroyed, and at least 300 people were killed. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Carnival Cruise Lines have gotten CDC approval to resume operations at 3 U.S. ports this summer. Lance Pry reports.
Carnival Cruise Lines was given the okay by the CDC to begin sailing from 3 U.S. ports, the Port of Galveston in Texas, as well as Port of Miami and Port Carnival in Florida, for its return to guest operations this summer. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Disney Cruise Lines have also received CDC approval for a 2-day test cruise at the end of June. And Americans hit the road over the Memorial Day weekend, eager to travel as many areas of the country have reopened. The Transportation Security Administration says it screened more than 7 million passengers at the nation's airports from Thursday through Sunday, with Friday being the busiest travel day since the beginning of the pandemic. The travel boom comes as more than half of all Americans have now received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, according to new data from the CDC. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
In a special election Tuesday, Democrat Melanie Stansbury won the New Mexico congressional seat left vacant when Deb Haaland became the Secretary of the Interior. Stansbury, a New Mexico state representative, defeated Republican State Senator Mark Moores, with multiple news organizations calling the race for Stansbury. New Mexico's 1st congressional district, which includes most of Albuquerque, has been represented by a Democrat since 2009. The race extends the Democrats' slim majority in the House, 220 to 211, with 4 seats still vacant. And British intelligence officials are the latest to reopen the possibility that the coronavirus leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China. Tim Berg has more.
Calls continue for a more thorough investigation from the World Health Organization regarding the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. The British Intelligence Service is reevaluating their views on the lab leak theory, with some British spies telling the New York Times that it is feasible. Kentucky Republican Congressman James Comer is a House Oversight Committee ranking member.
At the very least, we're going to find out that China was not transparent. We're going to find out that China covered up what they knew. China is going to have a lot of explaining to do. And I think that the American people not only are going to demand that the Democrats hold hearings on this, they're going to demand that the Democrats join the Republicans in holding China accountable.
USA Radio News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
There we go. Helps you turn the microphone on. Get that final hour underway here on a Wednesday hump day. There you go. Haven't been doing a lot of cryptocurrency talk in recent days. But Spaceman sent me a couple links. I had not caught that yet, I guess because they just made the announcement yesterday. This whole Dogecoin thing, it's been kind of bouncing around between 30 and 40 cents a coin for, seems like the last couple of weeks. But Coinbase, at least the professional trading platform, is going to be adding Dogecoin to their exchange, according to the announcement this past day. Coinbase Pro, that is, said that users could transfer Doge into their professional trading accounts. Trading expected to launch on Thursday if liquidity conditions are met. All right, the Post did not announce whether Coinbase would add the cryptocurrency to its, what they call their retail trading platform and the mobile app. The publicly traded crypto exchange, they typically add currencies, crypto, to their retail platform a few weeks after first listing on the professional version. I don't know what the difference in the versions are, but Spaceman was kind of alluding to the fact that he says, I think it may jump back up to 60 cents a coin when Coinbase allows trading to occur on the phone app. You know, we saw that, what it hit 60, 70, I think, 70, 72, something like that, when those other trading locations allowed Dogecoin to begin trading. I guess that was, a little over a month ago, something like that. Yeah, the whole volatility thing has been crazy, but again, according to the Post, starting immediately, we will begin accepting inbound transfers of Doge to Coinbase Pro. Trading will begin on or after 9 a.m. Pacific time, Thursday, June the 3rd, if liquidity conditions are met. Dogecoin's price spiked a little bit after the announcement. It was trading at about 34 cents as of press time of the story. Right now, it's running right at 38, close to 39 cents. It's been kind of going up. All right, also, before I get back to your calls here, real quick, like I mentioned, Tesla has filed a new trademark under restaurant services. They're going to expand amenities around their charging infrastructure, including actual restaurants, apparently. All right, at face value, Tesla doesn't seem to have much to do with the restaurant industry, but they've actually been talking about going into the food industry for a while. A couple of years ago, Elon Musk said Tesla plans to open an old school drive-in, roller skates and rock and roll restaurant at one of their supercharger locations in L.A. That was another one of those, well, is he just joking around kind of thing? But apparently he wasn't kidding. A few months later, Tesla actually applied for a building permit or permits for a restaurant and supercharging station in Santa Monica. That location lay dormant for nearly 3 years until new building applications were submitted here a few months ago. But those new plans did not include a restaurant, although it did include what would become one of the biggest supercharger stations in the world. And now Tesla's actually taken a serious step into maybe making a reality by applying for a new trademark to use their Tesla brand in the restaurant business. Intended to cover the categories of restaurant services, pop-up restaurant services, self-service restaurant services, and takeout restaurant services. They applied for 3 new trademarks in the restaurant industry just last week. One for the word Tesla itself, another for the T logo, specially designed, and the last for their, they've got their special stylized word Tesla. Stop in to. So I guess what's the idea? You stop in. If it's going to take you 30 minutes to charge your vehicle, go on into your Tesla restaurant, order you up a burger and fries, a shake, or maybe even in reality, I guess you could do the old roller skate thing where the girls bring your food out to you, just sit in your vehicle while it charges and eat your meal. That's an idea. It's a prospect. All right, let's get back to the calls here. There's the Carolina Ghost Rider. What's been going on?
Oh, just riding up and down the road here.
Yes, sir.
I tell you, I'm pretty envious of Dale. I'd like to have his neighbors. It'd be pretty cool to have Johnny and Donnie as neighbors.
Isn't that's nifty, huh?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool there. As far as Tesla with the restaurant, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it's not like it takes 2-3 minutes to fuel up a car with gasoline. Gotta have something to do for an hour or 30 minutes or whatever it takes to charge those things up.
Mm-hmm.
So you may as well eat. Somebody may have already asked, or you may have talked about it, and I'm just getting a chance to get tuned in. So how did your pool building go this weekend?
It did not occur over the weekend.
Oh, put the brakes on it.
Whoever, my uncle had lined up this crew. It was supposed to be 3 or 4 guys that were going to show up Friday. Well, it started raining Friday morning, and then he said they begged off till Saturday. So I said, okay. So I'll be here Saturday morning. They were supposed to be here like 8 o'clock in the morning. I stayed from 8 till 10. They never showed up, never called, no nothing. So it was a no-show. There was a couple that responded yesterday. They did come out and they started working on it. So I don't know. It's maybe halfway there at this point in time. Now they're supposed to come back later this morning, but again, it's raining today, so I don't know if they'll show up again or not till tomorrow, the next day. We'll see.
Hoping maybe you done jumped in and enjoyed a good cold swim around.
Not yet. No, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, we, Saturday morning, I think mine was about 83 degrees, and cold front came through there and rained, and she dropped on down into the mid-70s. Didn't take much.
Uh-huh.
So, didn't get an opportunity to get in it this weekend. Well, just curious how that went, and just thought I'd give you a holler there. I'll be listening in.
All right, we're supposed to start seeing some of those warmer temperatures here as well in a few days, so it's going to be time to... obviously, it takes a few days for your water temperature to start warming up out there. I do have a solar cover that I can throw on once we do get the thing up and running. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. I'll let you know. Oh, Jolly Green Giant. What's going on this morning?
Well, I'm getting my second COVID shot there Saturday, Steve.
Are you?
Yep. And we got a graduation party we're going to go to Sunday. So I've got a bunch of food I got to make for 50 people. Potato salad, baked beans, and macaroni and cheese. So I got a bunch of cooking to do Friday and Saturday. Get ready for that party. I just hope that COVID shot doesn't knock me out, you know?
Yeah. You're having it when? You're having the shot Thursday?
I'm having it Saturday.
Saturday. Okay.
Saturday morning.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've got to get all this food together. The potato salad's going to take me 2 days to make for 50 people. And then Sunday morning, I got to make baked beans and macaroni and cheese for that amount of people. So I'm just hoping that they don't knock me down too hard. It ain't easy putting all that together for 50 people, you know?
No doubt. You ever heard of a place called Costco or Sam's? It's a lot easier to go and buy it.
I get what you're saying, but I love cooking, and I'm going to Sam's Club to get the stuff I need, you know? So it's going to take quite a bit of doing, but I'll get it done. I always do. But I wanted to bring this up. I think that whatever that one guy was talking about, you said the serenity prayer. I like to smack sex maniac across the head. Tonight we were talking about the cyber attack on the beef meat packing plants, and he said that if President Trump was in office, that would have never happened. And I had to politely tell him it didn't really matter which president was in there and who it was, it would have happened no matter what. And I said, in Sex Maniac's eyes, Trump does nothing wrong. But I hate to tell you, I don't care who the president is, this stuff would go on no matter what. So here's to you, Sex Maniac. I don't know, man. I think he's one of those people that was talking about on that serenity prayer. You just want to smack him across the head. Because to be honest with you, man, there's a lot of people in this world that do not like the United States, and they'll do anything they can to destroy us because they're jealous of what we've got. So I like I said, I kind of feel for Biden, but like I said, if Trump was in there, it still would be going on. But that's all the Jolly Green Giants got to say for tonight. And I just want to take my hat off to all my friends out there, including Fly Rod. And yes, I heard Freddie Freeloader, and I haven't heard him in years. That was a good phone call there, Steve. Real good phone call.
Yes, it was.
But I was thinking, also, you're going to love this. I was thinking when you were talking about the meatpacking house, a conversation I had with your dad, probably 20, 25 years ago, talking about Mao-Cow's disease. Do you remember that? Mao-Cow's disease.
I remember the mad cow disease, the brain thing. Yes. And I remember talking to your dad about that a good many years ago. When you were talking about the meatpacking house, that's what I said. Oh yeah, that brings back memories right there, man. Yeah, the bovine.
Either way, have a good night. I'm listening, Steve. So I hope you get your pool in, man. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jolly Green Giant. Yeah, the bovine spongiform. That was the mad cow disease. Yeah, that was a big deal for a while. Okay, here, what are you looking at? About 18 past the hour, and Lester's been hanging in there. What's going on, Lester? Just moving the mail, I presume?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Almost to Pittsburgh. Hey, is this the Steve Sommers SmackDown show?
I guess you could call it that.
It's what it seems like. You got Big Ed, you got oh boy,
Smash and Crash and the Big Moose.
And you got what's his name up in Maryland? Boy, I can't even think of his name.
Horse Feathers.
One of them senior moments again.
Horse Feathers and
Big Ed last night is like, I was looking around in the truck to see if I could find a bell and a little ringer to ring on it to see where round 2 and round 3 and all that would start and end, you know. But it's been going on, I guess. Hey, the reason why I did call is I was down in Kentucky the last week, Lexington and Louisville, and I went by Sparta. Did you happen to see them pictures I sent you, or did you even receive them? I don't know if you did or not.
I saw a bunch of pictures from down,
it was pictures.
The trucks, right?
Yeah, it was all the trucks all over. Yeah, all over the speedway. I mean, it looked like thousands of trucks there, and on the backside was all the trailers from Amazon with all the returns on them. Hundreds of the trailers sitting on the other part of the speedway with all the returns from, I guess, Christmas time. They're just sitting there. But, I mean, I guess until they get this chip thing figured out, that's the way it is on all the areas. I know all the car lots are emptying out. Camper places, they're all emptying. Parking is plentiful parking. The fuel islands is wide and a lot of room at the fuel islands, and the store is so clean and nice looking. It's unbelievable. You know, and Love's has always been pretty nice anyway.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the Loves are. They're kind of, most of them are pretty new and everything. But no, I was listening to Big Ed and Horse Feathers last night, and it's like, oh boy, you know, it's like I don't know about all of that.
Don't you be insulting my integrity? Are you with me?
Yeah, are you with me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're right about that. And boy, I tell you what, it's like, I wonder how the next cruise is going to be. We're going to have some officiating out there, I guess. Some timeout corners or something.
It may need some additional lifeboats. Somebody might get thrown overboard.
Right, exactly. Also, I was listening to Carnival. They've been approved by the CDC to start sailing like in July of this year, but there's a bigger problem. CDC says 95% of their people, the employees, have to be masked, and not masked, but have the COVID
vaccinated,
shot.
yeah.
And 90% has to have of the patrons have to be COVID, have COVID cards. But DeSantis says it's illegal for them to even ask that, and it's $5,000 per person per head violation if they ask for that. So Carnival, I think, is stuck right in the middle between Florida law and the United States government telling them what they can do and what they can't do.
Yep.
So I don't know when I guess somebody's going to have to work that out between all of them before they even think about selling. So that's a hunk of change, $5,000 a person.
I mentioned last evening,
fine.
if you got some of these ships that have 3,000-4,000 passengers, it's like, okay, that's going to be a chunk of change.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't even make no money off of that.
No,
not at all. They'd have to pass the hat around to all the people that's on there to take it up a collection to pay the fines. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm almost up here in Pittsburgh, and I'll be. This is my last night working. I got 2 days off, and finally, I've worked the last 9 days, and it's been a rough schedule this past couple of weeks.
Wow.
But it's all right. We gotta get the mail up here. That way, people up here in this part of the country could at least get their COVID checked. Oh, well, no, I guess that's all done anyway, isn't it? All the relief checks.
Yeah, that's to my knowledge. Yeah, I think they're done with that now.
Yeah, hopefully. I know there's 23 states that's getting rid of the $300 protection plan money.
Yep.
And that should have been done a long time ago. They should have never even put that in there, because that's why you got all the shortages everywhere, because you can't get the employees to do any other work to stop the shortages. You can't. I mean, I can understand them not being able to run a business when you need 100 workers and you can only get 15 or 20 of them. That's very difficult to run a business, But that's the way it goes, I guess. All right, Steve, I just thought I'd give you a holler.
Hey, thanks for checking in.
How's everything at home? Everything good?
Everything doing well? Yes, sir. Guess the idea is some of those people that are drawing the extra $300 a week, may actually get out there and get a job when the free money stops rolling in. That is the plan. All right, had a couple of, here's another recall to mention. Daimler Trucks of North America recalling tens of thousands of trucks for a lighting defect that could increase the risk of a fire, they tell us. Certain 2017 to 2022 Freightliner Cascadias equipped with halogen headlight assemblies. According to the recall documents, the halogen headlight bulb may dislodge during replacement and contact other vehicle components, possibly causing them to melt, and could in turn increase the risk of fire. Total number of trucks affected, 72,508. Recalls expected to begin on July the 12th. They will contract to the truck owners, and dealers will install a foam grommet. They'll cut a 4-inch access hole into the inner fender and then add a warning label on both fenders free of charge. But yeah, got to fix it. And with that, we're up to news break here, just about. It's 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Wednesday, we call it Hump Day, right? Okay, let's see. Some of the others checking in. Dave says, at the start of the conversation, he said that him and his wife got the shot, and Ronnie Van Zant and his wife got the shot. They fared better than Donnie, Robin's brother, when he got COVID. That's how misinformation starts and the conspiracy theories thrive. You're saying it. I tried to clarify that. Yeah, he said that, long story short, the couple that had the shot didn't get nearly as sick as those who did not have the shot. That's supposedly the way it's supposed to work. Again, the shot's not going to prevent you from coming down with it in either case. All right, Fred says he's watching the Dogecoin. Doge is going up at the moment. Coinbase is the free trading platform. Coinbase Pro is a paid version that has access to more tools, graphs, charts, corporate news stuff. It's just more of a platform for the more experienced traders. So kind of an explanation for me there. Thank you very much. All right, we return in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden was in Tulsa, Oklahoma Tuesday afternoon to pay tribute to the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre on the 100th anniversary of the event, becoming the first president to visit Greenwood, the neighborhood where it took place. During his visit, he met with the 3 known remaining survivors of the massacre and toured the Greenwood Cultural Center.
100 years ago, at this hour, on this first day of June, smoke darkened the Tulsa sky, rising from 35 blocks of Greenwood in less than 24 hours. 1,100 black homes and businesses were lost.
On May 31st and June 1st, 1921, a white mob attacked the Greenwood neighborhood, known as the Black Wall Street. Hundreds of homes and businesses were destroyed, and at least 300 people were killed. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules
rules can stop the pain and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out.
Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, my turn again, right? Let me see here. What'd you share with you there, Spaceman? It's that interesting hearing from Dale. Last night, the Duval School Board voted to change the name of the high school that Leonard Skinner band members, including Ronnie Van Zant, went to. That was Robert E. Lee High School. They're going to change it to Riverside High School. Yeah, that's because of the cancel culture, right? Gonna change the names, pull down the monuments, you name it. All right, now let's see. There's old Knucklebuster. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I've been broke down tonight, so I missed most of the show, but here goes anyway. There, raindrops keep falling on my head.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. B.J. Thomas passed away there, over the weekend there. I always knew that President Dupas Magoo was a sick freak there because he told that gal, says she looked like she was 19 sitting there with her legs crossed like that. I don't blame her for crossing the legs. If that goofy dude was trying to look up her dress and I'd have been her father or her grandfather, I'd have been in jail tonight there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like that Idaho lieutenant governor. She threw that mask mandate away while the governor was down there in Nashville. He's just a rhino anyway there. And then when he got back, he repealed her executive order. So, you know who the next governor is going to be for Idaho. And she looks a lot better than old Gretchen Whitmire there. And well, let's talk about them UFOs again. This astrophysicist, he explains why videos fail to impress him. See, he's just saying they're drones. And I believe that all along. They know little green men running around. And I read on Fox News there that there was a killer drone hunted down a human target without being told to do so. That's scary. That'll give you the heebie-jeebies there.
I was looking at that story. I think you sent that to me last night. And, I mean, so the drone is programmed with, like, facial recognition or something to find the particular individual. It has an explosive charge, and it kind of does like a kamikaze hit on the individual and kills them.
Oh, yeah. I guess you could run, but you couldn't hide fast enough, right?
Right.
And I read where Shania Twain, she said that she still fits into her man, I feel like a woman corset. That she done that video back in, I guess, 80s, 90s. She said it still feels awesome. But Steve, it still looks awesome there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to pick your brain a little bit this morning. All right. If you could invite 6 people to a dinner party, whether they're living or deceased, who would they be and why?
Huh.
I'll give you a day or two to think about that if you want to.
All right. Give me the question again one more time.
If you could invite 6 people to a dinner party, whether they're still alive today or whether they're deceased, who would they be and why would you invite them to that dinner party?
That's a tough one, Knucklebuster.
Well, I'll give you mine. Well, the first one would be Alan Jackson, great music. The second one would be Jeff Foxworthy, comedy. And the third one would be Jesus Christ. That way we'd have the answer to every question we've always wanted to know.
Yeah.
And then I would invite Shania Twain, Carrie Underwood, and Jennifer Nettles. And I don't have to explain why I'd invite them three. So.
Just because you want to sit at the same table with them. That explains it.
Yeah, I know that's right. Anyway, let's get this old truck driving radio down the road there. I'm gonna see if I can't get down here and beat all that traffic in Dallas. I doubt it this morning, not running behind like I am. So have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right. And I had missed that B.J. Thomas had passed away. I had not saw that. Yeah, apparently he's 78 years old, passed over the weekend. Yeah, actually, he had a number of pop hits with The Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head and Hooked on a Feeling. And back in the 60s and 70s, a lot of hits on the pop charts. Then he got born again and did a number of Christian albums, Christian songs. At my first job, I played a bunch of his songs from his Christian albums on that radio station there. We're going back a few years. Yes, we are. And who's next up here? Would it be Marcia?
Steve?
Yes.
Yeah, this is big. I don't know how it got to Marcia, but anyway, anyhow.
It says Marcia Beck. However the hell it came up with that, I don't know.
Oh, I had the TV on the time. It must have picked that up. But anyway, you're talking about those virus infections. Number one, if China doesn't come clean, this is going to be a long, drawn-out affair, because I don't know if you ever heard of viruses it's called latent viruses and recurrent viruses. You can do an internet search on that, and it'll come up, show you a whole bunch of formulas and everything else. But a latent virus, that's like they tell you, if you've had smallpox, you might get shingles. It resides in the body.
Yeah.
And like some of the other things. And the recurrent viruses, there are several different viruses. One of them is called the Echo virus, ECHO, that a lot of people had. And they basically, once you get them in your body, they're there. And they will just, pop up unexpectedly from time to time. And then with different people's with immune systems and all that, it has different responses. Not everybody responds the same. And to give you a little history on that, my son, before he was a year old, he had one of the Echo viruses. They were pretty prevalent back in the early 70s. And he had it in November, and for years, every November, he would wind up, not as severe as before, but he'd have some sort of an infection, bronchitis or something of that nature. And so this year with the COVID, we were a little bit concerned because he's a flight line mechanic for an airlines there at DFW and was meeting planes coming in from all over the world. And he kept saying, "Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm fine. And then along there in November, we got a call and said that he was going to have triple bypass heart surgery because he had some sort of an attack there at work. And whether it was connected with the Echo virus or anything, but it was in the same time frame. They kept saying that he didn't test positive for COVID. And so anyhow, whether he did or not, I don't know, because they were testing them regularly. And some of those tests, as you know, weren't all that accurate. So whenever you were talking about all this different stuff that people getting vaccinated for it, various things for this COVID with the different vaccines, they might actually be activating a virus that's within their body that's immunosuppressive. So by and large, like they said, but it's all these vaccines are for emergency use, and I don't know if that really plays into it, to all of what they're doing with the vaccines, and short of China saying we created this virus, we modified a virus, or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
If China doesn't come clean, this is going to be a long, drawn-out affair. And they just switched real quick here. Last night I was kind of stumbling all over the place there. But when we were talking about the electric vehicles, today as I was cleaning up the electric motor on my electric lawnmower and using fossil fuel-based cleaning fluid and oils and greases and everything, because it just dawned on me that all these people claiming that they're going to be fossil fuels free, I don't know exactly how they're going to lubricate all the bearings, clean all the gunk that electric motors will get on them and on their windings, and how they're going to do all the rewinding of electric motors and even manufacture them without fossil fuels. So, it was Inbred Redneck was talking about we'll live in this fantasy world or something to that effect.
Yep.
That's kind of what they're doing with the electric vehicles. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Thank you, Vic. Have a good morning. Or I should say Marcia, right? Thank you, Marcia. I don't see a name there. Who we got on the line?
We got Gilligan tonight.
Okay.
I know you probably would have.
It never
you probably would
recognizes
have
you.
answered if you'd done that. What they call me tonight?
Well, there's no name there. There's nothing there.
Oh, okay. Now I got in an argument with the call screener again, so what do you expect?
Right.
He's mad at me again. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to touch in on this. I've heard a few callers tonight talk about how the companies don't care for the drivers. Well, really, you get down to it, it don't matter what industry you're in, the large corporation has a role, none of them really do. I mean, you got to kind of know, you got to pick and choose whether you want to put up with what they're going to give you for the pay they're giving you and the benefits. My wife works for one of the larger milk producers in the United States. She's been there for 20-some years, and she's a number to them too. It's just not in the trucking industry, And the guy there, another thing, the guy there before me was talking about how they'll never really get away from fossil fuels. He's absolutely right, because you're still going to need the lubricants, to take care of things. Hot shot secrets. How could they've got stuff that has nothing to do with the fueling of these? Well, I know they got stuff that does have the fueling, but they've got many products that has nothing to do with the fueling, but the lubrications. You've still got to have lubrication for these engines. They're living in a land of make believe, and have been for some years. I know I've spoke about this on the air. It's always the latest scare tactic. Like we've said before, look at how was the ice age and global warming and all that. We don't need to go into that. But, on a later note, GMA Enterprises has got a deal for you, Steve. Are you ready for this?
All right.
For $19.95, we are willing to come out and finish putting your pool up, including filling it. Are you okay? The only thing you have to do is to provide the beer for my crew for the filling of it.
We're going to fill the pool with beer?
No, you go provide the beer. Well, don't everybody pee in the pool? You have a good night. Take care.
All right, I got you. Thank you, Gilligan. What else we got here? Had more than another tractor trailer load of illegals. They're still coming in droves. More than 100 illegals discovered in a tractor trailer that tried to skip the secondary inspection at the border. Laredo, Texas, the I-35 checkpoint. According to News 4 San Antone, the rig was passing through the checkpoint It was referred to a secondary inspection by the canine team. Rather than moving to the secondary inspection as instructed, the truck driver took off, fleeing the scene with officers in close pursuit. At some point in the chase, the truck driver stopped the rig on the side of the highway and ran away on foot, and the agents then got the trailer doors open, revealing more than 100 illegals. Oh, yes, and the unnamed truck driver was eventually found, taken into custody. There you go. As many times as they get caught trying to pull that off, they continue to attempt to get through. All right, Chevy guy.
Now, isn't KY jelly petroleum-based? On the news, top of the news, have been talking about the Oklahoma, Black Wall Street massacre, and with the white mobs, and that's all true, and it's a shameful part of history. That's granted, but they didn't just sit over there twiddling their thumbs in their three-piece suits, counting their money, and there's more to that story. It needs to be told. A black man allegedly raped a white woman in an elevator earlier. And then, of course, the white mobs were getting all riled up. Now, all these guys, this is what, 1921?
100 years ago, yes.
So they're all military. The black guys, the white guys, they're all from World War I. You know, they all come, a lot of them come back. So they picked up rifles, and the blacks started coming over to, I guess, to hold back the white mob, lynch mob. So there was an actual battle, but what's not being said in all this, it was more than just a white mob. It was United States Army Air Corps flew their Jennies over top of the crowd, shooting down on them, on American citizens.
Really?
So this is more than hey, Black History Month, man. Down here in South Carolina, coming out of Georgia, and I get free over-the-air TV. They ain't nothing. I quit watching Wall Street, and the rest is trying to sell you stuff. So, yeah, sometimes it pays to watch what's on the NPR and watch what they teach you, and it's a tragedy. But, yeah, let's teach this stuff and make sure that it's taught in a way that a young white boy isn't ashamed. He's being educated, and a young black child isn't enraged. I mean, how are we teaching this stuff? And it needs to have both wings on this aircraft, or it's just going to flip out of sight. This is it just feels like it's just one more thing they're trying to use to break down the American people. Right. Because if I was a black man and I wasn't educated, I would be upset. I would be upset. I'd be enraged, over this history.
It would make you feel as though, with the indoctrination of the critical race theory, that they're trying to say this country has been inherently racist from the very beginning. And that sort of, say 100 years ago, this slaughter took place. It makes it sound like that must be true.
And I do believe that. I do believe that the races have always been that way. I mean, my dad was German. If you weren't German, or my father was German, if you weren't German, he hated you. If you were Italian, he hated you. If you weren't German, he could break that down. So, yeah, everybody has their biases. But listen, like I said, I am Martin Luther King's dream come true. Because in high school, I played football. I went to school, sat in classes with black kids. Never thought anything of it. It was just normal to me. It just was amazing. On my teammates, friends, had guys over at the house. I was a young white guy, possibly a son of a slave owners, and I was with people that were possibly the grandsons of the slaves. So I am Martin Luther King's dream come true. So I'd like to think the mindset back then of separation, and yeah, it's a terrible tragedy. It needs to be taught, but the way they're pushing it, it's just trying to humiliate a young white boy and enrage a young black boy. And I'm telling you, you can be humiliated and keep being pushed down, and then you're going to see them come up, stand up, and they're going to unrighteously start popping off and coming back at people. So I think the truth is the best thing, and it's a healing thing. And yeah, that if they want to call inherited racist, there was things there, but but also you got to remember. Let's remember, there was blacks that were kidnapped, and they used the courts in Virginia to prove. They proved that this landowner only had 5 black slaves, and the year before, and now he has 6 black slaves. He just has no record of where he bought the 6, and what it was, he kidnapped a free man, and he had to let that free man go, and I guess repay him. I mean, there's all kinds of amazing things in this country that our system set up. It failed the black race because they weren't included in it, but a lot of times it actually worked for the black race because it did work for them. And I think as never before in my lifetime, since the 70s, I don't think there's been ever a time where, I mean, justice has been on both sides. So most of what they're complaining about now and pushing now is totally foreign to me. They're totally overlooking all the like the Civil War and all the young men that went to battle. All the people in the North that were against actually joined because they were against slavery, and they laid their life out on the battlefield. It just nobody mentions anything about them. So yeah, we've had differences. Guess what? You've got black races out there too, and yeah, I think it just comes down to this, and I hope y'all understand. God separated at the Tower of Babel the races, and we will never get along except for as long as you go through the Lord Jesus Christ in your faith, and a Christian brother, no matter who he is, what he is a Christian brother. And that's the only way you're going to get it back together is go through the Lord Jesus Christ and through God. Other than that, I'll quit my preaching, and I'll say, what a great show tonight, Tim Board.
And you get to have the final word. Once again, Chevy Guy, thank you very much. All right, that's a good place to close off. You agree? All right, we'll wrap up our Wednesday morning show. Come back at the midnight hour tonight. Of course, we'll be rolling into a Thursday. Don't forget, mark your calendar. Friday will be the first Friday here in the month of June. Chris Gabrelchik, founder of Hot Shot Secret, the boss man, the big boss, joins us on the program, and hope you'll be here too. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.